So, good morning, everybody. Good morning, Concordians. I hope you enjoyed the first day, and especially not only the discussions that we had here on the stage, and also there in the audience, but especially also our social event yesterday with the good Augustiner beer and even dancing salsa. So it was, I hope, interesting for you, all of you. But now we are on the second day, and we will start with pitches, with Alyosha moderating, and to see who will win this challenge. And I would like to give over to Alyosha and ask him to start calling and the presenters for the poster session. Alyosha, please. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's see if this works. Is it working? Yes. Okay. So before I start inviting our presenters for the pitch session, I would like to give a few words about the purpose of this session and why we came up with this format. What is the idea behind? So we have, in all research projects, we have a common problem, not only this one, which is a gap between research push and market pull. So we have, quite frequently, we have researchers that have their research, they work on this research for many years, but the market and especially end users are not able to grasp the use of this research push and how to implement this in short term. On the other hand, we have end users that are eager to have results in 1 year or even shorter, and they have their needs which are always urgent. And there is a gap how to link these research ideas, concepts into marketable product. So we invited, for this session, we invited these researchers that have a concept or what we call low TRL level. TRL is technology readiness level. So typically TRL 1 to 3 is conceptual or maybe tested in a lab in a research institute. And then we go, in some cases we will have here also presentation from early prototypes. The idea is to present it in very fast format. They have 5 minutes, each speaker has 5 minutes. And they have to explain what is the problem, what is the main benefit of their research, and the prize. If they after this 10 presentation, there will be a jury, special jury. Jürgen, who is our research coordinator, who is sitting there in the back, Gabi, and a few other people, and there will be a special award. This is not the seed funding for a startup, unfortunately. In the ideal world, there would be money maybe to give them to start with the business, with deep tech startup or whatever. There will be, I think, Ivana is preparing some award, but there will be definitely at the end of this day, there will be award. Unfortunately, I will not be there, but Gabi, I will have to catch the plane. Gabi will give award to the winner. So without further delay, I will give floor to the first presenter, Bernardo Santos, from Oslo Metropolitan University.
Thank you so much. How do I control the presentation with this?
Yes.
Okay. Just to make sure, perfect. So morning, everyone. Thanks so much for being here, and for those assisting us online. I'm going to discuss one of the many outcomes that we had on Task 2.1, the telco pilot, which is threat modeling for 5G networks. This was a joint effort between Telenor, Oslomet, and Ericsson. So with the 5G mobile networks, we know that we have enhanced mobile broadband, and we have also massive machine type communication with the inclusion of IoT devices, which will lead to adoption of new services and the applications. And the thing is, something that we need to consider is that in 5G networks, they can be subject to not only some of the threats that we can see on a normal enterprise network, but we are actually subject to other types of threats because exactly of this massive connection coming from IoT devices. So it's something that we need to now consider more deeply. If we also think about what an attacker can do in a 5G network, we can also realize that they will have different behaviors, then will use different tactics and techniques. Something that we have to be aware, because with current MITRE attack frameworks, we cannot fully document or model an attack on a 5G network. So, with that in mind, we came up with our mobile framework, CONCORDIA Mobile Threat Modeling Framework. It's telco specific, and it's based on state-of-the-art MITRE attack frameworks. It's basically a combination of enterprise, mobile, and others, but also, and most importantly, with already CONCORDIA own techniques. So we also provide some input as well. Luckily, and thanks to an extra push coming from Siemens and Circle back in Luxembourg, we had this deploy on MISP almost a year ago. If you think about it, it's already quite an achievement. And we managed to publish this recently in a quite respectable mobile communications conference. So we were very happy about that. So, simply put, what this does? If you think about it, it still has the same premises as the MITRE attack frameworks, but we still use tactics and techniques, the same methodology. However, we consider differently because no tactic is unique with our framework. We consider it as a phase. That is an important part. Also, we need to consider that attacks can occur on multiple devices, so we consider recursive, and we represent by that using loops. You can see that. So it's not just one device that matters, it's actually the combination of multiple devices that can then deploy an attack. Also, and an interesting aspect coming from our framework is that not only you can see the impact of an attack on the device side, but you can also see what's going to happen simultaneously on the operator's network infrastructure. So we want to give a more broader and complete overview of the impact of this attack. By the way, this example that we have here, and I'm happy to discuss this after the presentation. This is regarding flood attack on mobile networks. This is probably one of the biggest threats to come because of the IoT devices, and this is something that still requires a little bit more study. Simply, and future plans, this is still ongoing, and we hope to still grow. We want to add more techniques or tactics regarding the possible threats that will come. And we also want to adapt eventually and see if some of them have become deprecated. Also, an important aspect, and I think we also, as researchers, need to consider this aspect, is that recently the MITRE Foundation actually came with their own proposition for 5G networks called MITRE Fight. So this basically validates that telcos and mobile needed this type of modeling, and they now actually came with their version. And we hope that we can perhaps provide some contributions, some inputs to them, and we can combine our efforts together. So that was it. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, and we can just address it offline too. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Bernardo. I forgot to mention that all posters are, of course, there, and all questions for individual presenters can be made there during the break. So we will have, at the end, we will have question and answer session also for general questions about this session. The next one is Amr Alanvar Abdel Hafez from Jacobs University, and it's about logical zonotype. 5 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to present our work, Logical Zonotype, a set representation for breaking ciphers in a linear time. I hope you are awake and you are ready for this short talk. So let's give a lot of information. So we consider an ethical hacking problem in which we have a message, and the encrypted message, it's cipher, and we aim to find the key. So we have here our friends Bob and Alice, and they are communicating over a secure channel, and we aim to find the key that's used in the message and the cipher. And to have a key and look for a key, we need a complexity of O of 2 to the power n, which is the number of possibility for the key. However, through logical zonotope, we aim to decrease this complexity to O of n only. So let's see how we do it. So logical zonotope consists, we propose this set representation, and we came up with this idea of introducing sets in the binary domain, where the logical zonotope consists of a center and some logical and some binary vectors called generators multiplied by beta, where beta takes all the combinations of zeros and one. You can look at the beta as turning on and off the logical zone, the generator. For example, let's take a quick example. Yes. We have a center here, and we turn on the first generator to represent the second point, and then we turn on the second generator to have the third point, and then we have 4 points represented using 2 generators. So the idea of logical zonotope that we can represent 2 to the power n points using only n generator. Let's take a quick example for that. So if you have a center and generator, you can represent with beta equal 0 here, and beta equal 1 here, 2 vectors. So with one generator, we have represented 2 vectors. And then using 2 generators with all the combinations of zeros and ones, we can represent 4 points, as we will see now. So first was beta 0, 0. So we XOR the center and the 2 generators. And then 0, 1. And then 1, 0. And then 1, 1. And the powerful point about logical zonotope that we will do the operation over the generators, not over the points. So instead of iterating over the points, if you have 2 sets and you would like to do the XOR between all the points in the 2 sets, you can just take each point and iterate. Instead, we propose the following. We have proved that you can do just XOR between the center and concatenate the generators. So we are working over the generator space and reducing the complexity of the operation by working over the generators. And then we tried a very simple cipher for now, which is used intensively in stream ciphers. So we start by a set of keys, and we are looking for the key that matches the message to the cipher. And the idea that we start by a set of keys and then do some set operation and check if the given cipher is inside the cipher set. If it's inside, the starting key set was correct. If it's not inside, we can just neglect set of keys. By doing this, we decrease the execution time from 10 to the power 6 to 2 seconds for key size of 30 bits, and for 120 bit from 10 to the power 33, 33 to 8 seconds only. So the takeaway message that we have represented logical zonotope, and we have decreased the complexity of exhaustive search. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for keeping time, 5 minutes. We have the next presenter from Ericsson, Kim Seong-hyun, and she will present defense against membership inference attack to 5G IoT systems. Kim? Oh, sorry.
Hi, my name is Kim, and from Ericsson Research Security, and this work is about the machine learning, the threat we also talk about like how the defense would be like against such a threat. And this work is also from the collaboration of like the RISE, Swedish Institutes of Sweden, RISE, and the Ericsson as well. And here. So during the last 10 years, so machine learning has been reshaped the software industry like a lot, including 5G. And that's the one example that like how the technology has reshaped. So you can see that like on the left side, there is the data and the 5G function that's to use those data and that is get trained, and you can it became like a machine learning model, and it eventually going to be provided to the users or like the other modules. So one very interesting aspect is that machine learning has reshaped the software. Like now it's like a data model and exposed API to connect each other. So it's the one interesting aspect of how machine learning has reshaped. So the thing is, the machine learning technology is also impact the attackers, which means attacker use the machine learning to attack machine learning. So if you see the like on the right, so you can see the like adversary that's try to replicate the training data. One interesting aspect is that they try to replicate the training data because they don't have to come and get and copy and paste the data. They just artificially generate queries, and they send queries and try to gradually like extract information about the training data set much as possible. And that data set could be like a sensitive information, or it could be like privacy information as well. So in that aspect, it's a threat. So then like so what would be the like the defense techniques against that? Because especially like privacy and the intellectual property rights aspect, it's quite serious. So the one defense techniques regarding the defense against like such a threat could be differential privacy algorithm and the model regularization algorithm and the adversarial training. So our work, basically we tried more or less everything like in this technique, and we evaluate and how much they are effective against such a threat like membership inference. So we can't really talk much about each one of them, but like we can like talk more about like our poster section, and here's our future plan. So one interesting way would be like model interpretability, and because the interpretability like of the model could be really interesting feature when it comes to like a defense algorithm against the machine learning like the threat. So that could be like one indicator for us to defend against such a threat. And the another one is like there are multiple like threat, because one threat that we have checked is the like a membership inference attack, while there are like multiple other threats exist, but we haven't really tested about like the defense algorithm against that. Which so attributed the candidate would be like attribute inference and the model inversion attacks at the same time. So thank you. It's the end of the talk, and I would love to see you like in the poster section. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And it is really amazing that everybody stick to the 5 minutes time. We have a next presentation from Kitty Kioskli from University of Essex, and it is about privacy by design approach to model the supply chain of a living lab.
Thank you. What about the...
Here.
Is it the red one? Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Kitty Kioskli. I'm from the University of Essex and Trastilio BV, and today I'm going to briefly talk about privacy by design approach we adopted as part of the Horizon 2020 project AI for HealthSec in order to identify the supply chain of a living lab. So healthcare organizations are daily attacked by malicious hackers who aim to expose the security strategies and vulnerabilities of the assets. The living labs are part of the healthcare ecosystem in which innovative methodologies and tools are developed and validated. However, there is a lack of research regarding security and privacy issues within the living labs. So the overarching aim of our work was to identify the detailed supply chain of the stakeholders of a living lab and further recognize security and privacy issues alongside with associated vulnerabilities. The methodology and analysis that we used for this research was by the privacy by design tool Secure Tropos. So, as we well know, when we talk about supply chain, we mean a web of interconnected assets, processes, and stakeholders used to provide a service. The detailed supply chain of a living lab here is the citizens, public actors, private actors, knowledge institutions, and healthcare professionals. The supply chain is interconnected and ensuring that data and inputs come from participating supply chain stakeholders. They become part of the information technology infrastructures, however they come with emerging threats and risks coming from using and testing this kind of technologies. So we are proposing a set of awareness mitigation strategies for the living labs for the security and privacy issues that they face. Firstly, to keep a balance between the technical and non-technical knowledge. Secondly, organize formal and informal meetings between all the involved stakeholders to manage the level of knowledge, their needs and their expectations. Arrange, of course, practical and interactive cybersecurity trainings. Keep them informed about the ethical implications, the policies and the standards that they exist. We very much want to stress out that it's very important to involve behavioral and social scientists as well as psychologists when developing security standards in order to make sure that psychosocial, behavioral and human aspects are considered when developing security standards. So by this, with this supply chain holistic modeling, we wish to instigate the development and application of mitigation strategies, and also to help professional bodies and organizations to avoid wrongful practices, increase awareness, and communicate their needs. That would be all from me. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. This was, again, perfect timing. We have next number 5, Han Wang from RISE Institute with presentation Robust and Communication Efficient Peer-to-Peer Federated Learning.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Han Wang. I'm from RISE Research Institute of Sweden, and I'm really happy to introduce this work that's collaborated with Imperial College London. This work is called about robust and communication efficiency, peer-to-peer federated learning. So I would like to first introduce some brief description of federated learning. I think most of them you know. We have, in federated learning setup, we have a center cloud and we have several clients. And each client, they have their own local model and they train locally. And when the the center cloud, when they call for aggregation, the clients will send back the models update to the global cloud and you will set up another round of training. It's like a federated learning setup. But at the same time, there are so many challenges we need to solve. For example, the expense communication is you can imagine that because you have to communicate with a global center cloud, you need to upload your models and you need to download the models. So it's uploading and downloading is cost a lot of communication overhead. And also because in IoT network, like the system there are various different systems. So it causes system heterogeneity, and it also makes the data system heterogeneous. So which means the data will be in non-independent and identically distributed, which we said non-ID distribution. And we will also have some imbalanced data set. And at the same time, there are some adversarial attacks which we can target in the federal learning models. So it's vulnerable to regular adversarial attacks such as poisoning attack. So in this work, we propose a new framework that we propose to have the peer-to-peer federal learning, which means there's no center cloud to coordinate all this training process. We are just say the clients talk to each other by themselves. So for example, you can see a network topology here, like this more like in a wireless sensor network, like each client just communicate with their peers. They are connected. And of course, we also provide the new technology that we can reduce the communication overhead. And we propose robust aggregation rules that can identify the adversary or isolate them from the model aggregation. So, and we will survey that when we see where the adversary locate, maybe it's in here or there, and how it connected can affect all the training process. And here I want to briefly to talk about some state-of-the-art methods. For communication efficiency, there have some methods like they use model specification. They only share some of the parameters, but not all the model updates. And also you can use quantization techniques, and also you can try to reduce some communication frequency, and you can also do some parallelization. All of this can be done to improve the communication efficiency. And there are some defense techniques to defense against adversarial attacks, poisoning attacks, such as you can compute the similarity between different models updates, and also you can try some statistical pruning to prune some weird parameters. So this work is, we are on the review, so we cannot say much in details, but if you are happy to come back to my poster, I can discuss with you. But then for the future plan, we are actually try to investigate more target or activity to the federal learning setup. And also we would like to survey more on random network topology. And also we aim to concern some privacy attack as well within federal learning setup. Yeah. So thank you very much. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you. Perfect. We have next presentation from Pantelitsa Leonidou from Cyprus University of Technology, Privacy Preserving Online Content Moderation.
I will present.
Ah, you're okay.
Hello, everyone. I'm Nikos Alamanos. I'm a postdoctoral researcher from the Cyprus University of Technology. And I will present you a collaborative research work with Telefonica Research. It's about the applications of federated learning in building online content moderation tools with a privacy-preserving property. Regarding our motivation, the online content moderation tools have as objective to flag or take down harmful content on social media, where the harmful content may expresses abusive behavior, racism, hate speech, and other types of misbehavior. In order to build content moderation tools, generally the main approach is to to train classifiers, to apply machine learning techniques and train classifiers in large data. Okay, but this data if we do that in a centralized fashion, this data is users' data. So there is questionable if this centralized process can comply with the EU privacy policies regarding the user protection. In order to address this issue, propose a differentially private federated learning framework. And this is a work in progress, and our final vision is quite ambitious. We want to guarantee user privacy, high classification performance, and at the same time, low overhead on user devices. In our proposed framework, our proposed approach, the PROM, there are three main actors. We have the client, which we assume that has stored some local data, labeled data, and also will train locally the classifier in FL, federated learning fashion, over here. We have the server, maybe is the platform, the online platform itself, or a third-party entity. We consider the server as a trusted entity. Also, the server is responsible to coordinate the FL tasks, collects the updates from the clients, aggregates the model updates, defines the next global model. And there is also a third entity, a potential attacker, who may perform membership inference attacks on the users that are the client and the users' data that are participating in the training phase. As a defense, we apply central differential privacy. We apply DP noise in the training phase locally and on the server side. That is why we need to have as an assumption that the server is a trusted entity. Regarding the evaluation, we conducted simulations of the differential privacy model, where we have the main parameter is the privacy cost, the epsilon, actually. We perform simulation. We have three control parameters: the percentage of harmful tweets in local data sets. This is actually the classes ratio, because we deal with binary classification. We have also the client size in terms of data points, and the number of clients that are available for FL training. Also, we evaluate our proposed approach in 5 Twitter datasets with different types of harmful content. And also, we quantify the overhead on user devices. One of the main results is that the private central DPFL is here. In short, we can have medium privacy, and the model, the private model, can achieve a classification performance quite close to the non-private one, and also is not that far from the centralized approach when we have the training in the classical ML fashion. So that means that applying DP noise in the training phase will not alter the classification, will not affect that much the classification performance. But this, we can achieve that for medium privacy. Yes, I know, I'm sorry. As a future one, we want to try mainly with non-IID data, other client selection mechanisms, and maybe we're going to use auto-labeling in order to overcome the problem that the client may not contain labeled data. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Nikos. We have the next presentation from Konstantin Scharschmidt from SMT Berlin. Yeah, Konstantin. Ah, okay, sorry. Sorry, so we have, yeah, maybe you can present yourself also, because I have here Konstantin, but these two persons.
Because he was the contact person. It's okay. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Duk Anle. My colleague Konstantin Scharschmidt and I are grateful to be able to present the legal aspect of this great topic, cybersecurity. And our focus today would be the legal framework in Germany. The root of our project is from the systematization project of IT security law in Germany, where we're trying to bring all the security regulations in Germany together and try to systemize it into a more coherent, logical, and transparent norm system. However, today we would like to bring the focus of this to the so-called hacker paragraph, the 202A of the criminal law in Germany, because the current problem of this norm is that it includes ethical hacking as well in the prosecution process. With the current rise of zero trust vulnerabilities, we believe that cybersecurity researchers are now even playing a more important role to achieve cybersecurity, and we would like to support them and help them by creating a legal certainty for their work. We currently have developed 4 possible solutions. One of them, or the first 3 of them, however, do not ensure this legal certainty that we wish to achieve. The first one is to rely on the court's decision that they are going to see cybersecurity research work as a justified defense mechanism. However, this is case dependent in each case, which is why it will not create like a precedence such as in common law countries. The second solution is that to rely on the internal instructions by the Ministry of Justice. This is something that recently the US government has also decided to do, to exclude cybersecurity researchers from the prosecution process. This, however, stays as the same problem, which is to achieve legal certainty. And last but not least, also the third solution, which is to remove completely this norm. However, I think that criminal hacking should still be sanctioned and prosecuted, so I will not suggest this will be the optimal idea, which is why we see our fourth solution as the most promising one, is to regulate a coordinated vulnerability disclosure procedure to legalize it in a manner so that cybersecurity researchers will get the attention that they deserve for ensuring cybersecurity. During the research of our last solution, we discovered 4 advantages that needs to be considered. One of them is ensuring clarity and legal certainty, as we already mentioned. The second advantage is to maintaining the prosecution of hackers. Not just that, we might be even go a step beyond, for example, hacking into critical infrastructure. I think that one might even raise the sanction level in these cases. And the third advantage is to achieve acknowledging the researchers' workers. So with regulating such a vulnerability disclosure procedure, I think this will even raise more attention to every business people, every government, and so on, to appreciate more the cybersecurity research works and maybe even to reward them, such as promoting bug bounty programs. And last but not least, to be coherent with the upcoming EU directives, which is the NIS2 directive and the Cyber Resilience Act. What are our upcoming challenges in this project? First of all, we would like to analyze and keep comparing these 4 solutions, but on different levels, on the national level in Germany, on the EU level, and on the international level as well. This should also lead to the next phase, is to do an empirical research on how the current cybersecurity research works as in the status quo. And our second upcoming challenge is how to implement all these ideas in the upcoming NIS directive and the Cyber Resilience Act. And last but not least, to raise an international coordination and to raise media coverage, which means that we would like to send a beacon to every nation that we should legalize cybersecurity work in a strong legal framework so that everybody in the research department can work safely. And we would also want to go one step further by making sure that we have a more effective regulation for innovative ideas and for startup as well, which was also mentioned yesterday in the panel. I would like to thank you for your attention. Like Julie Gallagher said yesterday, she wants to promote cybersecurity in every generation, to children to learn programming, maybe to learn hacking as well. And I believe that we would like to contribute it by developing a legal safety net so that she can, and so that everybody can do these research works as well. Thank you for your attention and have a wonderful day.
Thanks to you for keeping your time. If you're wondering why I go here and there, it's because I have to do my morning exercise, and I did already quite a lot of steps. We have number 8, a presentation from Filippo Berto from University of Milano, and the presentation is about an assurance specialized network function for the 5G core network.
Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Filippo Berto, and I'm here to present my recent project on 5G networks, in particular an assurance specialized network function for the 5G core network. So the core network of 5G is a composition of services that provide network functionalities. And each network function is a singular service that follows a strictly regulated API. And every service has minimal responsibility, and the edge network function provides monitoring capabilities, so we can have information about what the singular service is doing. The problem with the current implementation of the APIs is strictly related to the performance of these services, as in the throughput of the network, the latency, the time of response of these services, and the number of connections for the singular cell. But this is not enough for the future generation of services that are deployed on the 5G network. The 5G network becomes a platform for deploying services that are very geographically close to the clients, to the users. We need something more. We need a better API that gives us more information about the platform that we are using. For example, we may need information about hardware acceleration capabilities of the host, or the profile of other services that are running in the same node, or even like the energy efficiency of the node. This kind of information is very useful if you want to choose where is the best place to deploy your services in a very distributed fashion. So our objectives are the following. We want to implement a new network function, a new service that is focused on assurance. In this way, this service will collect information from metrics from other services that are running in the same node, and expose an API that allows us to query this information and get in-depth information on what is happening inside the network node, inside all the services in the host. We want to formalize a framework that allows to define properties of the services, of the host, and all the deployment that is running on a node. And we want to implement a continuous certification service that allows to verify if the properties are met for each of the services that we are running. So the expected results of this research project are the formalization of service level properties, the implementation and integration of the assurance network function inside the core network, and this will be implemented in a testbed network inside our lab. And finally, the introduction of a standard API that allows us to describe properties for the 5G network and to verifying them through the network, through the assurance network function. So, thank you. And if you have any question, please, I will be close to the panels.
You can leave this. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we have presentation which is in remote. This is the only presentation which is done through online connection. This is from CyberDetect. I'm not sure who is online, Sylvain or...
Yes.
Yes, okay, Sylvain is a packet malware detection with morphological analysis. You should, I will turn the slides, or you're turning, I'm not sure how it's working. I will stay here just in case.
I can do it, I guess.
Okay, okay.
Thank you. So hello everyone, I'm Sylvain Sechetto from CyberDetect, and I will try to explain you how we do to detect packed malware. Okay, so as you know, the field of malware detection is vast, but we can consider two main techniques. Similarity analysis, that is the field of well-known antiviruses that are using signature detection engines, and the field of behavior analysis, that is watching abnormal behaviors. Our method is focused on the first field, which is similarity analysis. This analysis has two main challenges. It is weak against malware evolution, as you can see in this VirusTotal example, showing the detection rate of a new malware sample over the days. At an early stage of a new version of a malware, these signatures have issues. And it is also weak against obfuscated files, since it will, in general, analyze files statically. There are many application methods. The most frequent method is packing algorithm that will start with an encryption step first and a classic execution step at the end. If we have a look on a binary file that is packed, we will see an encryption function and some not understandable data. Harmless software also use packers for many things, and it is difficult to decide what to do in this case. Our method is based on an engine that analyzes binary files represented as a graph of instructions. From this instruction, we can compute a standard signature more or less automatically. But we do not stop here. We make specific transformation on this graph to make it in a form that is strongly resistant to code modification. And we shutter this graph into different parts that we can see like different functionalities of the binary. And these functionalities will be of detection factor. We call this method the morphological analysis. This approach means that a malware author will not be able to easily modify its malware code to keep the same functionality on one side and manage to be undetected on the other side. Our method allows us, considering many harmless files and malicious ones, to generate our databases automatically. And these databases are composed of a set of hashes and are very light and easily upgradable. This engine was first developed to detect malicious functionality, but with so many packed files in the wild, we can use it in different ways. The same method can be used to detect packing procedures, and not only packing procedure, but we can also distinguish usual packing procedures that can be used in either harmless or malicious files than other packing procedures that are used specifically in malicious files. It is interesting to have a look on the full workflow of the tool. With the morphological engine specialized in packer detection and classification, we can apply specific procedures based on the analyzed file. We first check if the file is packed or not. Then, thanks to the packer name that we found, we can try to unpack the file with a specific procedure. If the packer is unknown, we use our sandbox analysis tool in order to generate a trace execution. This trace contains all the instructions seen during the execution of the self-modifying files, wave after waves. Because the trace contains instruction, we can use it with our morphological analysis engine. And this engine is at the heart of each of these procedures in order to conclude at the end of the workflow if the payload is detected as a malware or not. This morphological engine is a true cutting-edge technology, and it can be applied in many domains. Binary executables are especially difficult to analyze, so we focused on that, but it can be used to analyze scripts or industrial components. And this similarity engine has also shown very good results to detect CVE that are embedded in third-party softwares because of static libraries that they used. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are coming to the end. The last presentation is from Nicolas Cortelis from Telefonica. It's Federated Learning as a Service. So, please.
Thank you, Aliosa. I guess we can use this. So, thank you, everyone. I guess after all these ML and FL kind of presentations we had, I may not need to talk too much about what is ML. Can you hear me? Yeah. So, in general, ML is used to solve a specific problem, usually on user data. These data are typically collected in a centralized location. However, we have a problem nowadays with respect to privacy. How do you collect this data and how do you analyze them? In the recent past, we have seen proposals from the industry that we call ML as a service, where companies that do not want to deal with the overhead of building a team and being experts in ML to analyze this data, they can use these third-party services. We have in Azure, we have in Amazon Web Services and so on. And it is a market that will grow in the next few years. Now, FL, you have seen from other presentations as well, FL tries to kind of break this problem by training the model not in the server, but on the user devices or in a decentralized fashion. What is happening is that we do have some companies, such as big tech, Google, Apple, Microsoft, Facebook, etc. They build their own in-house solutions for their products. We do have some open source platforms or libraries that are trying to also disrupt the market, but all these solutions are not up for the task. And why? We still have unanswered questions. So how can a company, think always an SME, how can they train a machine learning model using these, let's say, MLAs, APIs and SLAs, but in a decentralized fashion? Sorry. How do they do that without worrying about privacy regulations, without building a whole team of FL and ML and privacy experts? How do they do that in different devices, different environments? How do they collaborate with other SMEs to train something jointly? And especially, how do you do that in the same platform? So we may have bits and pieces here and there in the ecosystem, in the market, but how do you do that under the same? So that's where we proposed FLAS. FLAS, FL as a service, basically is a framework, it's a middleware that allows such a company to train the model in different environments. It could be user devices or the edge. You can construct the model in a hierarchical fashion that already exists out there. You can use APIs that the FLAS offers you to train this model and also have SLAs and privacy and permission management and so on. And furthermore, it allows you to do collaboration across other companies. The target users, as I mentioned, are basically teams that do not want to bother with all this overhead, right? So instead of outsourcing that to a third-party MLAS, they could use this middleware as FLAS. Examples of such scenarios, think of the typical, what type of song should I recommend to my user, or what type of product to offer, or is my patient have cancer, a rare cancer or not. So we are envisioning these single kind of situations, or even if you have 2 or more laboratories or hospitals that want to collaborate and share models on their health records data, but not the actual data. Similarly, with bank transactions, we also have in Concordia the threat intelligence platform for finance. So we have these examples that can be use cases for FLAS. Current and future plans. So in case you got the chance to see the poster and the demo yesterday, we have a prototype working. We are looking into building some more technology. We have published this and patented it. In the future, what we would like to do is really work on a specific few use cases that can demonstrate the technology. And of course, advance the technology from the point of view of using asynchronous FL, addressing various types of attacks, such as model poisoning attacks, and also integrating with hierarchical network and multitask modeling. Yes, sir. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So before we go for a coffee, as I said, we have time at least for one question. Generic question, you can ask specific questions during the break at the poster session. If there are generic questions about this session, about procedures, about the idea behind anything, please raise your hand. No? Then I do have one question for all participants that presented, all 10 persons that presented. Ideally, in this presentation, there will be one more slide, which is about what do you need? What do you need? What do you ask for? Do you ask for additional funding? Do you ask for users? You're looking here in community for users where you want to make proof of concept. Or do you need a specific data set? So ideally, if we had one more year of Concordia, there will be one more slide where you really coming here and knowing what are you looking for, and maybe we can have in a community user that is really looking for a problem, that has a problem or challenge that you are describing. Or it could be open call for proposals where you can apply and get additional funding to continue and mature your TRL. So this is just pilot project, and this is a pilot procedure on how to bring closer research and industry and the market. Thank you very much, everybody, and please go. We are ready for a coffee break. Thanks.
Dear Concordians, I know it's very nice to discuss and talk about all the stuff you have, but it's time that we continue with our important Women for Cyber Awards. So it would be great if you come further here. There are plenty of seats. Join us so that we can make a next step in the program. And I would like to hand over to Barbara, who is leading our Women for Cyber activity.
Thank you. I see you there. Sorry. Okay. Let's come here. No, it didn't work. I'm waiting for you. It didn't work as well. By the way, we can handle even without, honestly. So, I'm here because Concordia has a very important task, as you might know. We have a task devoted to promoting the women working in cybersecurity, which is very important. Since the beginning of the project, we start to design, plan, and implement several actions to incentivize new women to join in cybersecurity, to consider cybersecurity as a field where women can contribute, but also to celebrate the women that already work in the cybersecurity. One of the actions that we have done and that we are currently doing is to set up a set of awards, to give visibility, to recognize these brilliant women. And we set up several awards, actually, because we recognize that cybersecurity is a complex field. So we want to consider several dimensions of the cybersecurity field. And last year, during the Open Door, we assigned the first awards that was for research. So we give the Concordian Women Awards on research, and we target a young researcher, young female researchers. So we consider the master's study, the PhD study, the postdoc. But this year we are going to assign 2 awards in industry and entrepreneurship. Before enter and present the winners, so let me express my gratitude to our sponsor that I don't see here, but our Cassia Bank and Siemens that kindly agreed to support these awards and to support the travel and accommodation of our winners. So without further hesitation, let me introduce the first winner. The first award was about Concordia Women Award on Industry, and the prize intends to recognize as many companies working in cybersecurity who implemented successfully gender equality action to increment the presence of women in cybersecurity. And the winner is CREA Plus, which is represented here by Ushka Zegli, sorry about that. And I'll give the floor to you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I will say I'm not a keen public speaker. I hoped to leave this out, but I am not, so please bear with me if I stumble somewhere. But firstly, I would like to thank Concordia for presenting us with this award, for recognizing that our actions are going in the right directions, and it also gives us validation that our steps are the right thing to do, and it gives us motivation to continue in this way and to even better the steps we take. If I may, I would like to firstly give you a short presentation of the company, of what we do. So we are in independent consulting, implementation, distribution, and software development SME with a focus on cyber software development and cryptography. There's a lot, I didn't want to miss something out. Our sister company is CREA Pro. They deal mostly with artificial intelligence and process optimization. And together, hand in hand, we create a great mix of new technologies and new processes that can better the whole system. the company's culture is characterized by our cooperation, by, oh, we'll start with this one. Where's my clicker? But we're like a family, really, and we are an equal opportunities team. See, I told you I will stumble. We value our employees regardless of their cultural standings. We believe that we do not only enable gender equality within the company, but our goal is to enable it within the society, not just the IT sector. With this, we pride ourselves on offering each employee a good working environment, a productive teamwork with which we improve the whole IT sector, as well as flexibility in a flat hierarchy. We can be honest, we can say that the IT sector is having difficulties attracting women. It is still not the most attractive sector. However, we try and change this. For instance, our back office is all female. Our cryptography department, our software development departments, they employ wonderful female professionals. And with their help, we applied for this award. We were talking about it before actually writing this application, and the men, they saw no problem. The women, they all saw one thing, that we do not expect to have greater benefits than men. We just want to be equal and to be viewed not for gender, but for our achievements, for our abilities, for the professionals that we are. And well, this is a long journey. This will not be a sprint. This is something that we hope will continue with generations on, and finally we will be able to achieve this. But again, this is a long journey. And hopefully, with our advice, there will be more that we can all do together, because we must acknowledge that gender plays a part. And this is our company. You can see there are not many women. Now there is about 30% of women employed, as we employed several this year. And they are all professionals, so a gender does never play a role when employing people. And again, men would not think that, but each and every woman that has ever had an interview, that has ever had any meeting, knows that gender does play a role. I personally know that I have been asked, do you have kids? Do you plan a family? And this is something that needs to end. This is when we'll be able to achieve equality as a gender within a company. And IT sector has a shortage of employees. So this is a step where we can invite more women, more girls into the sector by showing them that they're professionals, that their lives as women are not the main point, that their actions and their competence is the main thing we strive and we look for. I went off base. So if I give you examples on how we try and show the young girls that this is important, we show them examples. Our managing director and director of sales and marketing is a multilingual sales expert with high knowledge of the IT sector, with multiple technical trainings of the IT security business, and she is also a very sensible woman. Her soft skills are what makes a difference. This has long been overlooked, and I must say that this is sometimes a very vital part of business operations, because we see conflicts before they occur. So it is important that we say, okay, gender is a role, but we also bring different things to the table. Our soft skills are usually better evolved than men's. So we can diffuse tense situations, we can show what we know, and we can still be professionals in our field and bring extra. This is what we love to show our younger students, our younger high schoolers that we get to know, also with the help of my colleague who's here with me, Nastya, a PhD cryptographer. She's also a lecturer at one of the Slovenian universities, and she has a constant contact with the young minds. And with her help, we also sponsor high school events, high school security trainings, university hackathons. And this is how we give the young girls the ability, the knowledge that this is not something dark, this is not something we cannot control and see. This sector is really very likable. And that they also have the knowledge and the success behind us that they can do better, they can try this one. One thing like this was a hackathon this year in Ljubljana called Dragon Hack. We were thinking we had about 20 different options to choose from on the award-winning team, and we decided to choose a team with at least one girl in it that did the best hack. This was our way of trying to bridge the gender gap and to show the girls, come on, try this challenge. I'm sure that a lot of them tried and saw that there was no big thing, that this is a sector where they can evolve, where they have our support, our leadership, and with the help of our wonderful female colleagues, they do know that this is not something like it was maybe 15 years ago when we started with this, that this is nothing to be afraid of. So yes, hopefully this will change afterwards. In our company, we also implemented several benefits to improve the lives of our employees. We have options of flexible work hours, so it's easier for us to navigate between personal and family obligations, and this can be quite strenuous for women in particular. We are a proud holder of the Certificate of a Socially Responsible Employer, where we planned more specific activities to enhance gender equality. One of those was being transparent about our new employments, about our salaries, about the benefits we give. And this is also a part of the ISO 27001 standard that we have also obtained. This is a good way to show every current and possible employee that we are really committed to making sure that everyone knows that employment is based on what you bring to the table and not the gender, that the salary increases are transparent, that all our HR business is transparent. And they also know that they can take all the advantages and all of the benefits on offer, and there will be no repercussions. With this, we think gender is sometimes tricky. Our male colleagues will say, oh, but then you get more benefits. So we said, okay, but then let's reverse this, and all the male employees also have benefits that come for women. They can take parental leave. They can take their kids to functions, to medical, what are those, examinations, without having to take days off. So they also get what usually goes for women, so they can support their partners out of the IT sector and help them better their career. IT sector is evolving. We have great standards, but not all sectors do. So our company is hopeful that we will be able to better the standards for other sectors across our society and not just the IT sector, with giving all our employees the same benefits all around. Okay. In conclusion, I would like to say that it's easy to say these things, not for me, but it is easy to write them down on a piece of paper. This is what they are, and nothing happened, nothing changes. So the first thing we need to be aware of, that the CEOs, that the heads of see this and are also committed to this. Without this, nothing will change. They need to see all the employees as valuable members of the team, not just of a work process, and they need to commit to this. And in our company, we are very lucky. Our CEO is always the first one to encourage this, to encourage better actions, to encourage us to strive for a more equal work environment. So Nastya and the manager, sorry for that. And that equality is a guiding principle in our work process. He speaks with each and every employee, and he really makes sure that we all know that we are an equal possibility company, that all our employees are treated as valuable team members. And yeah, this is how we actually managed to invite women, girls into our team. Thank you.
You say that you are not good in speaking, but you are very good in speaking. So first, I don't know if there are any questions from the audience or any comments. If not, I actually have a curiosity because you mentioned some action you're doing, but based on your experience, which is the action that get more benefits in terms of incentivity? You mentioned action with the schools, but I have this curiosity, which is the one that you think is more, effective?
Thank you. So I'd say the basis is starting with like-minded individuals and building them into a core team. So we started out small with a few employees that had the same motives, they had the same set of values. And when we were employing new people, they had the same values. And we always made sure everyone knew those. And by having a group of like-minded individuals, it really snowballed. As the team grew, our values grew, we organically had more interest from women because we were known as the company that is equal opportunities company. We are known as someone that is a good employer, that does not differentiate, that does not think of gender as the basic. I know that in our employment offices, there are quite a few stipulations and awards for people and companies that employ women. We have never had this case because this has not been the basis for employment. And I think that with the word of mouth, we have achieved that women would like to be employed by an employer that sees our capabilities and us as professionals as the starting point, and gender just as an afterthought. And maybe the second thing that we started was the cooperation with high schools and with universities, like with University of Maribor, that is also present here, like with the other universities in Slovenia. And with the help of our Nastya, who's a wonderful role model for girls, if you see people, if you see women that are successful in this field of operations, you will know that you have choices. And this is like getting an idol. Sometimes there were boy bands, now you can have an idol in your professor. That because you see her, she will show you that she's a normal woman, that we have fun, that this is not something to be afraid of. And all our students will say the same thing. They got to know us as a team, as professionals, and they saw that the company needs ability, not gender roles, and that everyone that comes is treated the same. And this is what I think women in general expect.
Thanks again, and we go to the other awards. So the other award is an hour on entrepreneurship. So the prize intends to recognize women that women entrepreneurs who have founded or co-founded a startup. And we set up this award thinking we receive many applications. We, as the other awards, we make a selection, and our winner is here. And the winner is Christine Kipke which I invite to come here, and I give the floor for...
I don't need it. Thank you. Hi, this is Christine Kipke speaking. Receiving an award is always exciting, much more exciting than receiving a package from Zalando whenever you remember the marketing campaign from Zalando, and the scream. And an incredible, great honor. And the first thought, at least for me, is to say thank you. I would like to thank, first of all, the jury that found me worthy for this award. And my next thanks goes to my former team, without whom our success story wouldn't be possible at all. And finally, of course, to my husband and my children that always believed in me and still do, and to my grandparents and parents and whatever. It's like receiving an Oscar. In the next 10 minutes that I'm allowed to talk to you, I do not want to limit myself to introducing you to what specifically my business was. For this purpose, I brought you a short video that covers these topics in about 2 minutes. Afterwards, I would like to talk and focus on entrepreneurship. So, first of all, have a look.
Welcome to Exploki, a know-before company. Wait just a minute, one company? 2 names? Well, this is a story in which the number 2 actually does play a remarkable role. But first things first, it was 2014. Germany almost came in second in the Football World Cup, then scored to win the championship. In Berlin, you know, the city that used to be divided in 2, Christine and Detlef, 2 media pros, established Exploki. In the following years, the 2 founders and their growing team explained simply everything in their videos, from A as in anti-corruption to Z as in zero-day attack. In a bit more than 2 minutes, Exploki explains complex topics in a nutshell. Ever more customers understand that it works from the beginning, even international corporations. And at Exploki, we soon understood that 2 hot topics are particularly in demand: security and compliance. And we didn't need to think twice and developed a whole video library based on those topics. The result? Enthusiastic customers and 2 industry awards. We looked so good that we didn't stay single for long. No 2 ways about it. In 2018, we accepted the offer from Florida and became Exploki, a know-before company. Since then, we have continued in tandem. We offer our customers top explanatory videos and reinforce their cyber defense with the world's largest platform for security awareness training and phishing simulations from KnowBefore. The best, not the second best, that the market has to offer. Hopefully, 2 things are now clear. First, 2 heads are twice as good as 1. And second, success stories can be told in few words. 2 is a nice number, isn't it? Ha! And look at that. My 2 minutes is up.
Whenever you have attended yesterday's panel discussions, you might think now, oh wow, this is one of these guys with a Ferrari in the garage? No, I don't have a Ferrari, I have a Tesla. Because it's electric. But to be honest, if you found a company, you do this because of passion. Otherwise, you wouldn't bear the hard work, the risk you take, and at least the sleepless nights you will have. The problem that, and we talked about yesterday about that, the problem that mostly US companies buy European companies is the different mindset and the openness to new products and to visions, at least. Remember the story Helmut Leopold told us about the YouTube in former times, and the statement he received that he will never earn money with that. Yeah. A couple of years later, YouTube were sold for millions of dollars. Yeah. So we have to have this in mind when we say, okay, you shouldn't sell your company to a US company, you should stay in Europe. Yeah. This is what we talked about last night, remember? But come back to me. My core competencies are business development, communication, leadership, video production, and security awareness. And I think I don't have to talk about security awareness in this audience. But this was, in fact, different in those times when we started the company. People thought that they could eliminate risks, cyber risks, with technology, only with technology. Yeah? Nowadays, we know that the best security strategy consists in both technical security solutions and the human factor. However, all these mentioned skills were the basis of my success. And this is what basically characterizes entrepreneurship, the bundling of different competences. The idea of developing the Exploki library, so-called Exploki library, to bring a difficult and crucial topic like security to a wide range of employees, of all company sizes, in an innovative and fresh way, turned out to be brilliant. Oh, sorry, these are the competences I always strongly. So this is the brilliance. Suddenly, even small and medium-sized companies were able to use a modern communication tool to train their employees in security topics without large budgets like corporates have. Meanwhile, the Exploki library covers more than 55 different topics from the areas of corporate security, IT security, information security, data protection, and compliance in more than 35 language versions. I'm convinced that a sustainable strengthening of security awareness in companies is only possible if all areas and departments work together and all important topics and threats are sufficiently considered and trained. And I go further. For years, I've been given lectures and participating in panel discussions, even as a guest or as a moderator. And for those same years, I have been fighting and arguing that security is not just only a matter for specialists, like you or me, but it is something for the whole society. Everyone, absolutely everyone, and we heard this yesterday and today, has to deal with it and adapt their security awareness, especially, but not only, in the digital world. Since February of this year, we have had the sad certainty that I was probably right. But back to business. Ultimately, our success was also due to the fact that we had the right idea at the right time. In other words, idea and time are elementary components for your success. With your idea, with your courage, with the belief in yourself and your team, we made it. These are essential things to be a successful entrepreneur. You have to have courage. That means not only wanting to steer your shop in calm seas, your ship, not your shop, your ship in calm seas, but also keeping a firm grip on the steering wheel in a storm. To have the course in front of your eyes, but not to become blind in the process. To see opportunities and perhaps correct the course a little. And you have to believe in yourself, that you can do anything. And you will show those who doubt you. And last but not least, you have to create a team that, out of enthusiasm and integrity, goes always the extra mile to succeed with you. And for that, you have to be a role model, have respect and trust in other people. That's actually the secret. When I sold Exploki to KnowBe4, I remained loyal and continued to build the company in DACH, so Germany, Austria, and Switzerland, as managing director. Only 3.5 months ago, I completely left the company as an advisory board member. I already told you that I have been given lectures on the topic of security for years, and I still do. I'm very pleased that it has now become clear that we need to readjust our security radar and develop a healthy distrust as a society. It was high time, and in fact, there's still a lot to do. Also years ago, I was usually only one of a handful of women at security conferences. Today, there are already many more. And once again, there are already many more, in this field. And this is a great pleasure. But more has to be possible. As much as I'm happy to receive this award, and I once again express my deepest gratitude, I wish that we soon no longer need a women's award. Instead, I hope that lots of girls and women will decide to take up a job in this cyber world, and that it not longer will be the exception. That's what we are not getting tired of saying in talks, lectures, and discussions. Girls, go for it. It's such an exciting environment. And we need so much expertise in this broad field of security that you don't even have, you can, but you don't even have to study IT to make a difference in this field. And to all the men in cybersecurity, I say, you should be interested to making your team the most successful team. Get women on the team. They make the difference. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ask to the audience if there are comments or questions. If not, I have actually curiosity because you mentioned the risk. So, let's say, how you handle the risk. So have you ever been afraid of failure? How you can put this risk in the picture?
Well, you can believe me, I've failed a few times. I've founded or participated in founding several companies, and all were based on great ideas. But the market was not ready. Yeah? And you remember the components of idea and time. This goes always hand in hand. And whenever this doesn't work, it doesn't work. So you can lose a lot of money. You invested a commitment in vain. Yeah. But at least you can participate and you can profit from the experiences made. But you always recognize this later on. Yeah. At the moment, it's always terrible. You can believe me. Yeah. But I mean, in our society, actually, failure is mostly bad. Yeah. I say failure is bad when you don't learn from it. Yeah. So when you're a child and you fall down, you get up and keep running. Yeah. But most of adults forgot this, how to do that. But this is the need if you would like to reach the finish.
Thank you. Thank you. If I might have another curiosity, because you mentioned having the right idea in the right time, but this happened. But if you have to give an advice to a young women, consider that I have the right idea, the right time, but is still thinking about that, to enter and start his own business, her own business. Which is the advice that you could have?
May I be a little vulgar? May I be a little vulgar? Just fucking do it.
Okay.
No, to be honest, do it. It's wonderful. It's exciting. Yeah, and I can give you the advice that it's always good to find some kind of sparring partner, even as a co-founder or as an advisor. And he or she also can hold you the vomit boil whenever you need it, and you will need it, at least if you sell your company to an US company, right? So yeah, go for it.
Yeah, take the risk and go for it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks again. I want to invite also Pushka to come here, and Gabi. So again, congratulations for the awards. All the Gabi.
We take the ladies between us. So.
All ladies.
No, just one.
Somebody's taking a picture.
Hopefully.
Really, really good speech. Thanks.
And I thank you to give some small appreciation.
Thank you so much.
And as we heard, just do it. So it's for us. That's my motto now. Always just do it.
Just do it.
Papa, you get also.
Some sweets.
So thanks again.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Wonderful speech. So after these gorgeous presentations from two gorgeous women, it's time to think about it, what we heard. See the point, just do it. And let's do also something others. Let's go to lunch. and have fruitful discussions also during lunchtime. And we meet again at 1:15 here. So, thanks. So, dear Concordians, ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you come again a little bit more in front? And we are now at the award ceremony. We had today in the morning 10 perfect, amazing speeches. Saying what people are doing, what was their research, innovation, and so on. And so the board has come together to find a winner. And we had a hard discussion because everything was so good. And it took us, let's say, half an hour to discuss and to find who the winner would be. And it is my pleasure to say that, for example, federated machine learning, peer-to-peer, sounds like a promising approach. So, ladies and gentlemen, please applaud with me Hang Wan for her terrific speech, and she is the winner of our ceremony. Please. So, congratulations. And of course, a picture. I hope pictures are taken. Yeah. So, and here is the official certificate of Concordia 2020 for the award, and of course a little bit some chocolate or something like that. Also for not just the brain, but also for a little bit for the stomach.
Thank you very much.
So, a great applause. That's great. So, maybe the next time, next project, we would offer also in such case to have speeches also in front of investors, so you can also get some money, seed funding, to get some money of it. Great. So with this, I would close the award ceremony, and I'm very grateful that now we can come to another highlight of our talk or our day today, and this is a great presentation from Pascal, the chairman of the governing board of the European Cybersecurity Center, who will give us insights about what is the vision. We learned yesterday that we need a resilient Europe, and Europe needs to be strong, digital, and also in terms of cybersecurity. And the ECC and the network of NCCs, where Concordia is also contributing to the NCCs or to exchange. I hope this will be then very enlightening to see what is the strategy for Europe in the next years. Pascal, please.
Thank you. I have a mic. Thank you very much for having invited me to this event. Concordia is one of the 4 pilot projects. You all know this. Pilot projects specifically with the objective to support this creation of the ECCC, of the European Cybersecurity Competence Center. Things are happening a bit in parallel at the moment. As you know, the ECCC has already been created. The regulation has been voted last year. The governing board I have the pleasure to chair is operational since this year. And so slowly we are getting into operations. You know that the center is, or will be, located in Bucharest. It is not the case yet. Things are being set up to, I would say, create such an European agency. It's called center, but it's a bit similar as European agency is takes quite some time. So linked to the ECCC, but I would say more globally, I wanted to talk a bit about cybersecurity for Europe, in the sense of
giving you, as was said, a bit my vision or my opinion about this, how cybersecurity should develop in Europe. What are the key strategies, for instance, that will shape, that will make sure or help us, all of us, I would say public as well as private sector, to shape the European cybersecurity future. Yeah, I will show you what I mean with Team Cyber for Europe, and then obviously give you the latest information about Horizon and Digital Europe. You probably know all this already, but these are the things that are ongoing at the moment, and which are two of the major instruments that are at our, so the ECCC disposal, but also general for Europe, which will help to shape this. And then, last but not least, give you a little bit of insights into the ECCC. Voilà, where are we? What is the status? What is ongoing? What will bring the next few years? So, for me, I think there are three major strategies, European strategies that are already there, that have been identified, which are important for cybersecurity. First of all, we have the very large, broad strategy for the digital future. And you see the main three action items here of this strategy, which is really very broad, very conceptual at a certain point, at a certain level. So, technology that works for people, fair and competitive digital economy, and open, democratic, and sustainable society. So, very broad topics, but that show that, and especially for us, people from the cybersecurity, I think it's important to have this as an objective, as a goal, and to show us that cybersecurity, we should not do cybersecurity for cybersecurity. We should do cybersecurity for democratic, for sustainable, for making sure that people can be in an environment that is fair and obviously is competitive with other areas of the world, because here we're talking specifically about Europe, and the objective obviously with all this is to strengthen Europe. So in this digital strategy, there are questions. Okay, let's go.
Can we get these slides later on, or should we not?
The slides can be distributed. Yeah, no problem. Yeah. I have a few notes which will not be distributed, but the slides as well, as such, can be distributed. No problem. So I will provide a PDF document afterwards. What I wanted to say is that what DCCC should do as soon as it is really operational is to make sure that in this digital strategy we can put cybersecurity in it. So I'll make sure that security concerns are also considered when developing these strategies. On the other side, there is the European Security Union strategy, which focuses on security, all type of security. You see things like organized crime, terrorism, hybrid threats, illegal content, border control. So really all types of security. And in there already, this strategy is a bit younger than the other one. In this strategy, we already have the cyber dimension. We have here cybersecurity as one topic. We have cybercrime. We have aspects about skills and awareness, cooperation exchange. A lot of aspects will also be important and which also should be done in the area of cybersecurity. So there are this digital strategy, the security strategy, and basically we are in between, which is the European cybersecurity strategy. You probably all know all these documents, but this is the version from, I think, 2000, if I don't remember well, 20 or something, which, and as you see in the 3 pillars, which tries to have this stretch. So there is a focus on resilience, technology, with already words of like sovereignty and leadership in it, which are things we will come back a bit later. The second pillar being more the operational aspects, the fact that Europe should have the capacity, the competence to prevent, to protect, but also to respond in case of incidents. And then the third pillar, quite important as well, is the global outreach and the fact that, well, cyberspace, internet is an international network, so it's open, it's international. And we cannot look at it like this, only the European aspect. It needs to be seen as a broad thing. So international aspects are also important in cybersecurity. And on the left side of the slide, you have a few pointers to regulations, to entities, or to initiatives, activities that fit into these pillars. So, for instance, the current or the latest, it has been voted. The NIS2 directive is in that pillar because it will concern resilience. Obviously, the new Resilience Act and all the things that are there, but which are not finalized yet, which are not voted yet. So they still will see some changes. DCCC is obviously in there because we have the technological development, we have these aspects here. Cybersecurity Shield, also something that is already present in the European cybersecurity strategy. And I will come back to it because that's a mission that has been given to the ECCC lately. Then we have the DIH. Already heard about the DIH, Digital Innovation Hub, which is another initiative from the Commission to create a network in Europe of hubs, mainly focusing on regional or sectorial aspects that should foster, promote, and support the digitization, innovation, and especially in industry. So at the moment, there are many DIHs that are being set up throughout Europe, some regional, some national, some European. So there is this status of European Digital Innovation Hub, which is being discussed as well. And they have four or three, I don't remember, but 3 or 4 technology streams that they will cover, which is AI, which is high performance computing, and cybersecurity. The fourth, I don't remember. But well, cybersecurity is in there. That's why it is on this slide. So this network of DIH, which will be way bigger than the network of national coordination centers in the framework of ECCC, I would say there is a need to make sure that we connect the things and that we coordinate and collaborate on these aspects. On the operational side then, we have obviously ENISA. You all know ENISA, the European Cybersecurity Agency. CERT-EU, the European CERT, Computer Emergency Response Team. And then things like the JCU, which stands for Joint Cyber Unit, which is in fact a kind of meta group where ENISA, CERT-EU, and the different, I would say, national operational entities work together in case of an incident, in case of a large-scale attack, and these kind of things. So it's really on the operational side. It's on the sharing information to prevent and detect attacks, but also respond together to large-scale cyber attacks. Then there are discussions about the fund to I would say, make it more efficient, make it help companies or entities that struggle with setting up their capacities to have a fund to make sure that these things are evolving faster. The third then is on the international scale. So there is a new area that is developing, which is called diplomacy. Sorry, in there is cyber policy. Which is an area of cybersecurity which is not technical, which is more, I would say, legal policy, diplomacy oriented, connecting the needs or making sure that the European values flow into the international community, flow into the international agreements. And one really interesting thing that is happening now at the moment is this weird acronym, UNHC, stands for UN, United Nations. AHC stands for Ad Hoc Committee. And then the rest is Ad Hoc Committee for the creation of an international convention to prevent cybercrime. So at the moment, at the UN level, there is a discussion, there's a working group, to create an international convention on cybercrime, which is a very good thing because cybersecurity is international. Those of you that are active on a more operational level see this, I would say, every day, that when there are attacks, when there are issues, when there are incidents that need to be managed, I would say there are always many countries involved in. And so to have such an international convention is really an important step. And this is why in the strategy to have this topic of considering global aspects is quite important. EU Cybernet is another European project which is more focusing on cooperation and development, meaning that it's a project that puts the topic of cybersecurity on the map of the cooperation and development actions. And I invite you to check this out, because EU Cybernet is at the moment creating a database of experts from Europe that are willing to participate into development projects, and that can then participate in projects. At the moment, there is one big project going on in Latin America. It is the Dominican Republic, Ecuador, and there are others being discussed also in Africa. But it's building on the capacity, on the expertise that Europe has, and making sure that on a global scale, Europe contributes to the overall cybersecurity posture. So this is really the focus of this third pillar. Globally, you see that, I would say, from an agency perspective or from an entity perspective, at the European level, we have mainly two agencies. Well, obviously, CERT-EU is also an agency and is also very relevant, but they are really more focused on the institutions itself. So what I mentioned before, Team Cyber for Europe, for me, that's ENISA and ECCC, these two agencies that are in connection with the market, with all the other players, with be it research, academia, be it private companies, be it all actors, all players, all organizations that are involved in cybersecurity, and make sure that all this gets at the European level. So ENISA, you know ENISA quite well, I think. is focusing at the moment a lot on, first of all, the critical infrastructure world, the so-called essential services around the NRS directive. So to help member states protect their critical infrastructures. And especially this European dimension is important because a lot of those companies that manage critical infrastructures or that are essential for one country are maybe also essential for another country. So it's cross-border. So that's why the fact that ENISA is participating in this is important to make sure that this cross-border interaction is active. And in this coordination group is specifically the group of all the national entities that coordinate in that respect. We have the CSERT network, network of CSERTs in Europe, and we have Cyclone, which is a dedicated group which will only come in play when there is a crisis, when there is a large-scale incident, to make sure that coordination goes on. So ENISA is really on the operational side of cybersecurity, in the day-to-day business, in I would say interacting with many of you, maybe not daily, but at least at a certain rhythm throughout the year. Whereas DCCC is more concentrating on the long term, on the future. So looking at what are the needs, what are how can we shape Europe in a cybersecure manner. The NCC, the community, I will come back to that a bit later. Let's look at our DCCC mission itself, and I promise you that I come back on the words leadership and sovereignty. Here we have leadership and strategic autonomy, which should say the same. Sovereignty is a word which is a bit, I would say, which is quite questioned at the moment, especially at international level. So strategic autonomy is clearer. It says more what really is behind. Because what is behind is that the CCC should make sure, or should strengthen, as it says, that Europe gets or becomes leader in cybersecurity, and this in the world. So compared to, there we compare ourselves not country by country, but Europe versus, or not versus, but Europe is alongside USA, China, and all the other continents. So USA, Asia, and well, Africa obviously as well, but I would say the major challenge is on USA and Asia. And so the focus is really to make sure that in Europe we have all the capabilities, all the capacity, that in the European market we have all the expertise that is needed for cybersecurity, and that basically we can be autonomous from other countries or from other continents. So this is quite a challenge already. One main tool or one major mission in this is of course to support the development, the research, the innovation, technological development in this area of cybersecurity. So to make sure that all the topics, all the things that are being researched, that are being developed, go into that direction. Make sure that we develop resilient systems, that the critical infrastructure, so those entities that are critical, are essential for the economy, that they can build on top of solutions that are coming from Europe. So these are a bit the ideas behind the ECCC. Then obviously technology is important, innovation is important, but people are also very important. So it is also important to make sure that there is workforce that is needed for all these things, that we have training activities, that there are education programs, so that there are continuously new people coming into the cybersecurity market, but also making sure that in all countries, all over Europe, there are also lifelong learning activities, and that every person that gets the needed awareness, the needed skills to tackle the little challenges, I say little, that we all have all day long. So an email that contains a malicious file, or a link that is redirecting to a website where someone wants to fish your password. These little things, I would say everybody should know how to respond to it, how to maybe avoid it, but at least also know what to do when you fall in a trap, because it's the quantity-wise, it's the biggest challenge that we have today. Yesterday, I was in Malta for the launch of the National Cybersecurity Competence Center of Malta, and there they presented a few statistics, and in Malta, 75% of all the attacks registered in the last 2 years were phishing, were based on email. I think in other countries it's quite similar. In Luxembourg, where I come from, is very similar. So this is also critical. It's very, I would say, it's very low profile. It's very bottom up, but it's important. And all these three elements are important then to increase the European competitiveness. So it's linked again to the aspects here in the first mission, but more market-wise, economy-wise, so that it should not be a closed approach where we want to block everything and only do our internal cuisine in Europe and do not interact with others. Obviously not. I would say European values are of course important. So it's really on the market perspective. So to make sure that the European market is competitive, has the capacity to challenge the companies from other countries. And yes, this is a huge challenge. So we'll see how this works. So this can obviously not be done alone. From the perspective of the ECCC, we need all of you to participate in this. Because challenges are many. There are many challenges that needs to be tackled. There are technological challenges, there are legal challenges, operational challenges, there are human challenges, and very present at the moment, geopolitical challenges, of course. A little list, not exhaustive list, but a few aspects that we at the level of ECC are looking into, that are topics that are on the, I would say, on the agenda of the different programs, be it Horizon, be it Digital Europe. So obviously we have the classicals, the supply chain, 5G, IoT. We have the post-quantum crypto aspects. We have AI aspects. But then also, I would say more general things that I mentioned before. So the skills shortage, the awareness, the focusing on small entities to make sure that we don't lose 80% of our markets, because Europe's market economy is based on 80%, more or less, depending a bit on the countries, but it's more or less that, on small and medium-sized companies. And they often struggle a lot with that topic, even if it is quite present today. And I reference again to the conference I was yesterday, because in this survey in Malta, They did a survey also and about the cybersecurity of the different companies. And when they looked at SMEs, and SMEs, Malta being a very small country, like Luxembourg, an SME for Malta and for Luxembourg, that's, I would say, less than 50 people. But from all those companies that are less than 50 people, there were 60% who more or less said that they don't care about cybersecurity, or they do not have anything, or they do not have anything in place in cybersecurity. And the next question was, why do you not have anything in place about cybersecurity? And 40% said, because we don't care. So this is quite worrying. And so it's important to find ways to address all those small companies, because they are part of the economic tissue, and we need to make sure that they are secured as well, because they are clients, they are providers of big companies. And we have seen so many incidents where a small company has been compromised, and this was the way into a bigger company. So this is really important. So this is also specifically when you look at the ECC regulation, there this special focus on SMEs comes out at several times as well. Then there is also aspects, of course, I would say more information sharing, joint analysis response, so to work more together to kind of find ways, be it by funding projects or by other ways, creating platforms, creating events or organizing things where operation entities can work together more efficiently, in a more continued way. Then there is also the aspect of dual use, especially becoming more and more prominent these days with the geopolitical situation, that technology that is being developed on the defense side or in other classified sectors could be beneficial also for the civil world, for non-classified. And there to create more synergies, to, again, join efforts and avoid double, triple spending. So the two major instruments I mentioned already at the disposal of the ECCC is the European, the Horizon Europe program and the Digital Europe program. Now at the moment, you probably know all this, there are these topics that are being, these calls that are open on the side of the Horizon Europe program. The others, I would say, for the next years are also already in the making, or some are already published. So you see things like I mentioned before, quantum-resistant cryptography, trustworthy methodologies to dynamic testing, so really operational things. So problems that would need a certain thinking, and that's why it is research. The detection response in complex and heterogeneous systems. So all these things that would need really input from you, from researchers, to make sure that we develop technologies, that we identify solutions that are afterwards valuable and that can be used by the more operation entities. This is where the Digital Europe program comes in, which is more on the operational side of things, which is more on the infrastructure side of financing things that are more immediately operational. And there we find back this cyber shield that I mentioned already before. European Cyber Shield, this is an objective in the European cybersecurity strategy. And here is I would say, the package that will be financed via the Digital Europe program, where we have, the objective is to create cyber resilience. So we have the training aspects linked to cyber ranges. We have capacity building of security operation centers, which is really the hot topic at the moment. So to identify what are the mechanisms, what are the instruments, what is also the technology needed for cross-border collaboration, and not only in case of incident, but continuously, day by day, to better detect and better prevent, and also, in case it is relevant, respond to cyber attacks throughout Europe. So that is this SOX initiatives. And then the other things like secure 5G, uptake of solutions for SMEs. Okay, so we find back here the focus on SMEs, and then a specific support to health sector linked a bit to what happened during COVID time. So this is why this is in there, because as I said, Digital Europe is really practical, is immediate. So it's needs that are immediate, that need to be implemented immediately. Then another, I would say, area which DCCC, and this is the Digital Europe program, is really the program that DCCC has as its disposal. Horizon Europe, as you know, there is the Horizon Europe Program Committee, etc. And so it needs to be still cleared out exactly how will this will work in the future. So DCCC has the mission also to help to support the implementation of all the other regulations. So be it the NIS directive, be it the ECCC directive itself, so the national coordination centers, the NCCs, have the possibility to request for support, for funding, for their setup. The community as well, the NIS directive, and here we see testing and certification, so this is linked to the Cybersecurity Act. You know that there is the Resilience Act, there is the CHIPS Act, there is the Data Governance Act, and there is many other acts that are in the making, that are on the table of discussion, and all this will also be supported via the ECCC. Quantum already pops up every time, of course, because it's important. We need to prepare for the future, because if at a certain point of time we have quantum computers that are operational, that can be used, I would say, by more or less everybody, we definitely have a big issue with encryption, because all the data that has been collected but was encrypted and which the criminals could not use, could not abuse. Well, maybe in 5-10 years, when they have quantum computers, they will be able to decrypt it and abuse this data. And some of them probably is still relevant only after 10 years as well. And then aspects around skills is also another part of the Digital Europe program. So here you have the more detailed figures, amounts that are foreseen for this program. And probably, as you know, as you have seen, the calls should have opened in September, but there was a little delay. And so these calls will open in mid-November, on the 15th, if I remember well. Now to the ECCC. So the ECCC, European Cybersecurity Competence Center, as I said, is not alone. It has a network of national coordination centers and a community. And all this should work together, because putting 40, 50 people somewhere in Bucharest to try to save cybersecurity of Europe is not a good plan. So that's why there is this network. There is the link with the community, because altogether we need to tackle all these challenges that we know, and I mentioned a few before. So as I said, the ECCC itself is not yet fully operational, unfortunately. We are working on it, but there is the first multi-annual work program. So for the next 2 years, which has these four objectives. The first one being, I would say, really more internal cuisine. That's really, I would say, more the administrative procedures that need to be done. But as a European agency, everything needs to be transparent and planned, else you cannot do it. You cannot do it. That's why these things need to be in the work program. I will give you a little status updates later where exactly we are at the moment. Objective 2 then is linked to the Digital Europe program, so to make sure that all the things that I've showed you before, well, continue its development and that the different relevant topics get into the next years of this program. As I said, Digital Europe program is really something that DCC has in his hands. Horizon Europe needs to be done together with the program committee of Horizon Europe. And where relevant means, well, of course, in all these programs is not only cybersecurity, there are other topics, but DCC obviously will only concentrate on the specific cybersecurity programs. Because the objective of DCC, why do we have DCC? Why was there a need to do this? Well, to make sure that when it comes to cybersecurity, that all these programs, all these mechanisms that throughout the years integrated the topic of cybersecurity, that it gets more coherent and more coordinated, and that synergies are being created in the future. The third objective then, well, is again a bit more internal cuisine, plus the input from the bottom up, from the community, from all of you, to make sure that DCC is not deciding somewhere as I said, in Bucharest, and without being connected to the real world. So that is really important. And the fourth point is building the network of these national coordination centers. And the community, well, the community doesn't need to be built, it's there, but it needs to be interconnected. There needs to be clear what exactly does it mean to be part of the community, what are the possibilities, how the information can flow, what can be influenced in what way. That's the idea. So for the internal cuisine parts, as I said, there are a lot of procedures. The offices in Bucharest are being worked on, are not ready yet. The executive director, some of you know, the application just closed in September. So the selection process starts now. This will take some time, unfortunately. I would say being optimistic generally, me as a person, I hope that it will happen before summer next year, but we'll see. Then the team is already there, is recruitments ongoing. So you see these things on the website of the center, and so we should have a first team ready beginning of next year. Well, without the executive director, but there is an interim at the level of the commission, so things can start working. And then another way how it works at the moment is via working groups at the level of the governing boards, including the network of NCCs. So several of these working groups are established, are working already, and some new ones are in the making. Digital Europe, Horizon Europe, I mentioned already what is ongoing today. For the future, the program 2023-2024 for the DEP is being worked on, and will already be, so the ECC will already shape this program. For Horizon Europe, the ECC will most probably, and again being optimistic, only be able to really influence the Horizon program as from 2024. Objective 3 then, so the work program and especially the agenda. So the strategic agenda, that is really the core document that will define the high-level strategies, the long-term strategy of the ECCC concerning all its activities. And from there, the idea is then to grain down and identify topics to put into depth, to put into Horizon Europe and in other instruments that are available. So this is what we are working on at the moment very heavily. And we really hope that the first version of this strategic agenda, which will be a public document, is ready before the end of the year. I can give you a little highlight already. So there is, we have identified 3 main objectives: technical, human, and organizational. So to address the 3 major areas in cybersecurity. So in technical, there are obviously areas like post-quantum. I said post-quantum appears again and again all the time. But also critical infrastructure, resilience, risk management. So things that are already there, but which needs to be continued. On the human side, obviously, things around skills. And one topic which is being discussed a lot at the moment is certification of people. Because in the Cybersecurity Act, we have certification, but only of processes, products, and services. Which is ENISA is working on, and certification of people is something that is in Europe missing still. So there is the idea. Okay, let's see if we can via the ECCC initiate something in that area. And on the operational side, then obviously it's the collaboration aspects, it's the cyber shield aspects. It's really to make sure that that we get market dynamic, that we get, we enable also funding of startups and all these kind of things. You probably heard that last week, the European Investment Bank presented its project of an European cybersecurity dedicated fund or fund of funds, or they have their special words about what it exactly is like, but the idea is that they would put a big amount of money on the table and supporting private investors to raise the bar of investments in cybersecurity. Because in their study, the EIB compared, obviously, to other continents. And each year in Europe, there are 1.7 billion euros of less spending than in USA and China, for instance, if we compare. So 1.7 million each year. So that's a lot of money. And they did not say that they will put this money on the table every year, but we'll see how much it will be in the end. The study has just been published, so things still need to be identified. And then the last objective, the last work item is on the NCC, on the network. So a growing number of NCCs are getting ready, are getting established. I mentioned yesterday I was in Malta for the launch of the Maltese NCC. So one more to the club, that's perfect, that's super, can start activities. And what is important is that you don't need the ECCC to be operational because the NCCs are operational. They are your contact point in your country. They are getting operational, they are already ready, they can already help you and make sure that voila, the things start rolling and collaboration is ongoing. There will be some guidelines to clear things out, to make sure exactly that everybody understands what, how, and how the things should work, coming soon. On the next year agenda are 2 important aspects. Is one, what we call the market observatory. So this is really the idea that ECC is continuously looking at the market. What are the needs? What is the capacity? What is the expertise in the market? So that it uses really this very realistic view on the situation to then influence the difference or put the topics into its instruments. On one side, and on the other side, the market observatory is also a promotion tool. The idea is that it is an open platform that all companies, all players on cybersecurity in Europe can get the visibility on this platform, so that an SME in the south of Spain, for instance, knows that in Estonia there is another company that exactly has this solution that it's looking for. So this is another very important aspect to get this, I would say, to achieve this autonomy in a sense, because first to achieve autonomy, we first need to know what we have and work with the expertise, know the expertise that is there, and use this expertise. The SAG is the Strategic Advisory Group. So that is a group of individuals that will represent the community, the European community. Something that will be set up, probably only next year, because first we need the community. We need to know a bit more. I would say get things settled, and then identify the representative people that will advise, obviously, then the ECCC in the strategic agenda. So this strategic agenda defining the overall topics. So last week, there was the fourth governing board meeting of the ECCC. We decided to create new working groups alongside the ones that are already existing, one around skills, education, and workforce aspects, so these aspects, and one around this specific topic of SOX and Cyber Shield. Again, these are things which really need to be done together with the people in the markets, together with the institutions, the companies, the players that are active in these areas. And again, this will be done via the NCCs. To conclude, our fostering cooperation is really one of the main objectives of the ECCC. We cannot do anything. We can do nothing alone. Especially in cybersecurity, we see this cooperation is key. Public-private, but also public-public and private-private, cross-border, for instance. The network and the community are key elements in this. And then, I mentioned mostly all these things already. Only this cascading funding thing, which is a mechanism that enables NCCs, so local entities, to also fund local things. So no need to go up to Europe and take a long process to define things and have things in the European programs. No, there is a possibility for NCCs, for smaller projects, to do direct funding of these using money from Europe, but that's why it's called cascading funding. So, but this is an important tool as well to be faster, to do more practical and efficient and rapid action, especially when it comes for SMEs, for instance. This is an important tool for this aspect. Then what we initiated last week as well is a discussion with two other big sectors, two other big players at European level, ESA and EDA, so European Space Agency and the European Defence Agency, to there as well identify, first of all, where can be possible synergies linked to that dual use aspect, and how can we join efforts to develop technologies that can be beneficial for multiple worlds. Thank you for your attention, and questions obviously are possible.
Yeah, are there any questions directly to Pascal?
I hear, and I agree with you that it's important. You talk many times about SMEs, but I'm from university, and I do believe it would also be good to have stronger collaboration between universities that work in cybersecurity in Europe. Do you have any specific plans to foster collaboration between cybersecurity research at academia, or should that always be in conjunction with companies or whatever?
Well, there is first of all the Horizon Europe program, which somehow forces collaboration because you need to be multiple players coming from different countries to participate in such calls. So that is one important aspect, but it's more topic-based. So there are other things which are not directly linked to the ECCC, but we'll see how things evolve, like the Erasmus program, which is then more on the student, on the academia side of things, but which also brings in or fosters collaboration between universities. Other things, I would say, ideas are welcome, and yeah. Do you have a specific idea or think where you see a gap in this?
Well, let me say a little bit about myself. I'm in Decipher in the Netherlands. That's the coordination organization for cybersecurity. And I see that everything is under the umbrella of the Ministry of Economic Affairs, at least in the Netherlands. Mm-hmm. And so they only look at companies, which I understand, but companies are interested in solutions that work now or within a few years. So technical readiness levels, which are much higher. In the Netherlands, we created Access, which is a collaboration between all the universities that do work in cybersecurity, and we do things together. And that is more, say, the long-term research. And some of that research will make it to the market later, but it's too early now to decide. But my feeling is that we neglect this more basic cybersecurity research. Mm-hmm. Your reference to Erasmus is something, yet for that we don't need the European Cybersecurity Competence Center. That already exists, so that's nothing extra. So yes. I think it's crucial that also academia within Europe works together at TRL levels which are not comparable to something that industry is at this moment interested in. Mm-hmm.
I would say I absolutely agree. In other countries, we see that the NCC, for instance, is a collaboration between Ministries of Education, Ministry of Economy, but also Ministry of Research, and to create this link to have it in that sense more global at the level of the ECCC. Yes, absolutely. I would say that is an important aspect. So, what exactly would be interesting to do in the strategic agenda? There is this aspect about collaboration, organization. Also, this objective, the third one that I mentioned, which is focusing on collaboration. So in there, probably we could identify this as a need, and then see how it can be implemented.
Maybe just a very practical example that could work is something like what we had in the past, Network of Excellences. Mm-hmm. You don't need to spend an awful lot of money, but it gives an opportunity for academia to meet each other, to talk to each other, to have joint papers or whatever. Mm-hmm. But things like, instruments like that are things that I hope that you could also put on your work agenda.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay.
Okay, other
input taken.
Questions? Here, directly.
Pascal, you mentioned in the beginning the EDIH, but they are not part of these 4 objectives. How do you see them linked with the objectives? Or are these next year objectives? Or digital innovation hubs,
yes.
Out of 4 objectives, where do they fall?
The DIH are not under the umbrella of the ECCC. It's something else, but it's the ECCC, in the ECCC regulation. It says that we as ECCC, because we come before, DIH is already existing, okay, they are already there. We should make sure that for the topic of cybersecurity, we coordinate with them. So as soon as the network of NCCs is finalized, is established, but those NCCs that are already operational are already getting in touch with their local DIHs or with the digital innovation hubs that are in their region or in their country, to make sure that that on the topic of cybersecurity that we are working on in the same strategy. Yeah, so that's ongoing.
Okay, so it's more on the NCC level that there will be some.
Yes, of course, yeah.
Okay, I don't see direct questions anymore. Then thanks again, Pascal. Applause here. And please stay there,
okay, yeah.
because I would like to ask now the last panel to come up. I welcome here. Yeah, he gets more than just one. But first of all, you get this one.
Thank you very much.
Concordia.
Thank you.
So,
oh, yeah.
yes, please join me. Corinna, Martina, ladies to me. Please have a seat. Or maybe so that we can make a little bit mix. So, yes, last but not least, I think a very good panel that we have together today, certainly to discuss what is our European cybersecurity community, and we heard now about the ECC, the networks of NCCs, and Pascal, thanks again for the good discussion and impression what's all about. But allow me to ask also my first question a little bit more direct before then introducing my panel. ECC, network of NCCs, DIH, EDA, ESA, EC, quite complex, a lot of players. Do all the players really work together and play according to a rule?
They should.
Do we have synergies?
They should, and I think many do already. Well, from the perspective of a small country, it's easy to say. for us, Luxembourg, it's way more easy to do this, to make sure that these players work together. But I would say yes, cybersecurity has really exploded the last years. And we have so many different disciplines that start to go into that direction, that work on this topic. I mentioned cooperation, development, these areas, diplomacy things. So yeah, there is really a challenge of synergy and collaboration, and which is a continued effort that we need to do. So probably what we really would need to understand is that we cannot say at a certain point of time, okay, now we have everybody set on the table, we discussed, we collaborate now. And then we don't care about fostering collaboration anymore. No, we have to continue putting effort into creating this collaboration, creating initiatives that foster collaboration, that bring people together, because there are all the time new entities, new players coming along. And this is, I think, what is how we should see this, and where DCCC is trying to put its possibilities in the game, and that's also why we said that in the strategic agenda we need also a specific objective for this aspect, so that in a continuous way we can foster this collaboration. And feedback that was given is interesting, so another topic to add on the list, and voilà, we can do it.
Okay, but allow me to ask another question. Who is the head of coordinating all this stuff? Because all these players, otherwise we have what we experience in Europe, fragmentation, silo thinking, and I experience also in the research horizon projects that we have strict separations between civil, military, space, and so where are the synergies, and who is in charge of coordinating all the players?
That's a good question. I cannot answer. The next years will show us.
Okay, thanks. Okay, maybe I can ask Arthur. Arthur, what is your comment on this?
Yeah, thanks, Gabi. I think the answer should be that it should not be monopolized. For sure, we need centers and networks and communities, but monopolization definitely is a big concern for me. Eiko mentioned sort of the concern on that, even though, of course, I go in the Netherlands, we do have 5 ministries that are about to collaborate with each other, even though that is about to collaborate. So that is there's some future in this sentence I just made. So this is, of course, also work to be done. And as I've been chairing 2 national cybersecurity stakeholder groups, both earlier this year, just before summer, and one last year, and hopefully we can do one more early next year, we'll see. There were member states, it was Chatham House rules, I'm not mentioning which one, that say, you know, what is our biggest, when I asked what is your biggest challenge, the answer was figuring out how to work together within the member states. So it was not a joke, but it is difficult, right? So cybersecurity is an omnipresent topic. You can't say it's only Ministry of Justice or Defense or Economic Affairs. Actually, infrastructure, Ministry of Infrastructure, Ministry of Housing, they're not even in those 5, so we have 2 more already. And probably the other ones are all in scope too. So the omnipresent and the holistic thinking makes it, in my point of view, a lovely topic. But indeed, to do it in a conventional way, there's always one that wants to have monopoly. We see the same thing, development regarding AI, that all the ministries claim and others that they are in the lead, where they all do something with it. They should, because it's about processes. So I think that is one that I would like to share. One more thing, very quickly, on the European Investment Bank, what you already mentioned last week. So it's new. We need to read it. 1.3 billion, I just checked, per year gap. And it's both financial services, like an investment, debt and equity, but also non-financial services. So I made notes, investment days, matchmaking, communication strategy. So it's a pretty comprehensive additional topic that we at least addressed in the Concordia roadmap in one chapter on investment. So hopefully that was the reason why it's now in. Of course, a little joke, but hopefully it helped a bit, because we have written a roadmap not only focusing on research, but also on other topics. One thing of the last NSG, because there's not much known about that, because I still need to write something in the roadmap, which is due in December this year. That was indeed surprising to me. You already mentioned, Pascal, that both, well, not now already know, I pointed to a colleague, but multiple countries, including the one that was where you were yesterday, and many others had indeed SMEs on the procurer side, on the user side, on the customer side, as their main concern and their main target. Which was surprising, because we, generally cybersecurity domain, focusing on research, innovation, and cybersecurity services, either public or private, right? So this is the other side of the market. And that was very surprising to me, and perhaps we can talk about it later.
Okay, thanks you. And you see, you are in Concordia, because we have 3 ladies representing the NCCs from Italy, Germany, and Greece. So, may I ask Anna, what do you think, how is Greece now establishing the NCC, and what are your wishes to the ECC, because he is here, you can take all wishes with him. So what would you say, how would you comment this?
Well, we in Greece and NCSA especially, we believe that there is a need for existing strong community, European community cybersecurity. And towards this direction, from the beginning that NCSA established in 2018, we have as our main goal to establish a communication network towards between all the authorities and stakeholders, and all our responsibilities and the way we work till now, it's on this philosophy. That's why I have to say that it was a physical choice for NCSA to be the Hellenic National Coordination Center. Of course, there are many challenges and many difficulties that we met, and that's why we choose this type we're trying now to establish in order to close any gaps in experience we have. What I mean, a lot of responsibilities that NCCs are going to have were responsibilities in National Cybersecurity Authority of Greece. But we have a basic problem. We didn't have experience in managing EU funds. So we collaborate with the managing authority of digital transportation program in order to close that gap and solve the problem before it begins.
Very nice.
Yes.
Corinna, maybe the German perspective?
Yeah, thank you, Gabi. Well, it's a bit a challenge for me to answer the question because 2 years ago I had also the Concordia hat on. Now I'm with the NCC Germany here, and so for the ones that do not know it in the round, we are constructed with 4 ministries, the BSI as a head, as well as from research coming in the DLR project management and the Research Institute Code. So as you can see, we are a little bit other way structured, and we bring in the research as well. And well, we figured out over the time that many questions to the upper level, to the ECC, is still open, but we try to connect already within our country, as well as get connections to the other NCCs, because we have similar questions, and we hope to help each other, because we in Germany already have a service catalog available and pushing the community, so jumping around the conferences, meeting the people, and we try to bridge the gap between industry, research, SMEs, as well as the ministry. So if you now ask me what is our wish to Pascal at the higher level, well, it would be nice not only to know on the paper who are the NCCs, let's meet together face to face, because it's important to exchange experience, to get known where problems is, where questions are, because many of us have questions, but many have also answers. Sharing that would be nice, and also to think about to get a global strategy on board in order to go in the same direction, or similar, better to say so, in more parallels, and having cross-border things in order also to establish very good connections for upcoming calls and projects like the pilots here. So we do not want to spread the existing community. We just want to rearrange and build up new things. So Pascal, it would be great next year, 2023, to see all NCCs at one place and discuss in face. That's my wish. Thank you.
I think such a wish can be solved. This is not a big issue, but maybe just to give you a point that the German NCC, the service catalog, I have to make some also points for Concordia. It is the service board. Maybe you see yesterday the blue part about the Concordia service board. This was the blueprint for the German NCC.
Yes, right.
And so we see that the impact of Concordia is not just research, innovation and so, but really contribution also to the ECC and the NCCs. But now maybe Martina, what do you see from Italy perspective?
Yeah, so first of all, thanks for having us today. My name is Martina Castiglioni, and I'm here representing the Cybersecurity Competence Center in Italy. Competence Center, that is not the coordination center. Oh my God, another entity, yeah. But I will briefly explain, I will give you a little bit of background about the National Competence Center, and in this way I will try to answer to these challenges that arise here today and yesterday. We are a competence center founded and promoted by the Ministry of Economic Development under the umbrella of Industry 4.0 investment. So in Italy we have 8 competence centers, and each of these competence centers is specialized in one of the technologies related to Industry 4.0. So we have a competence center for artificial intelligence, another one for smart manufacturing, and so on. We are the competence center with let's say a broader and cross, of course, perspective, highly specialized in cybersecurity. And our target, our institutional mandate is to provide cybersecurity advisory and provide cybersecurity training and awareness to small, medium enterprises and the public administration. How we are trying to reach this goal. First of all, we are a public-private partnership made of up to like 15 partners. 50 partners that we have, so we have universities, so we have the academia world, we have cybersecurity providers from the private sector in Italy, and then we have also representatives from the public sector. And so we mixed together all these different know-how, these different experiences, these different solutions from the private sector, and mixed with the best of the know-how of the research to provide support to small, medium enterprises and public administration. And we can deliver this type of services, such as advisory services and technological advisory, thanks to the, of course, the investment and the funds from the Ministry of Economic Development. Of course, we are trying to reach as much as we can small, medium enterprises. We are doing that through the collaboration with digital innovation hubs that we have along Italy in each administrative region. We provide through the, of course, through the expertise and cybersecurity solutions, also specific advisory to small, medium enterprises. And we are going to establish an European Digital Innovation Hub vertically on cybersecurity in 2023. That will really, this will be really incoherent with our mission and our institutional mandate. NCC, we are in close collaboration with NCC, and we are trying to develop and create this ecosystem in Italy under its leadership. And of course, we are trying not only to create this ecosystem, this cybersecurity ecosystem, trying to keep together all these different pillars of our society, but also we are trying to create connection, cross-border connection, and connect our national ecosystem to the pan-European ecosystem. So we collaborate with ENISA, we collaborate with other stakeholder community, and of course, regarding competence development and training development, we are trying, of course, to be in line with the new European cybersecurity skills framework. Last mile, then I will leave the floor to the other fellow colleagues. We have another service lines other than training, advisory, and technological advisory. We have a research and development service line. So we, thanks to the Ministry of Economic Development, we can give funds to innovative startups. Last year we found around 15 projects in advanced cybersecurity, in particular in artificial intelligence for security, security for artificial intelligence, quantum security, and so on. And in this way, we are trying to support one of the other mission of our cybersecurity strategy, one of the other key pillar, that is the ICT and cyber solution dependencies in Europe, and try to reach this technological sovereignty. Thank you.
Thank you. But what is your wish to Pascal?
Oh, yeah. From our experience, I would say that we have to get close to the small, medium enterprises, and we can do it, at least in Italy, from our perspective. We have this really benefit from the collaboration with Digital Innovation Hubs, and we are trying to keep this collaboration also with a broader perspective thanks to the new project about European Digital Innovation Hub vertically on cybersecurity. We really enjoyed our type of organization that is a public-private partnership. And only with this close cooperation between all of these entities, we can really try to think at a cybersecurity ecosystem. Of course, we have a guide in Italy that is the NCC, and about really a high decision maker, a coordinator. We think that, of course, the European Cybersecurity Competence Center will harmonize also these different contributions that are arriving from all of Europe, and also different operational capacities, because, of course, we will be, as a NCC, there will be different in size and type and different type of contributions.
Okay. Arthur, do you have also a wish for Pascal?
Well, also what Shahid mentioned on the Digital Innovation Hub, that's already an ongoing process, so it's not hopefully separate or isolated from one and the other. And I want to add one more. There are many other more, but one is called the European Alliance for Industrial Data, Cloud and Edge, which has been set up by Commissioner Breton. Also talk about open strategic autonomy, digital and technical sovereignty, and self-sovereignty, and data sovereignty, and all kind of other autonomy and sovereignty essentials, where all the member states are member, and 45 private sector organizations, including me, very honored, helping out on these topics. And also there a roadmap is being written on the private sector part. There is a roadmap will be from the member states, or well, whatever what is going to be called, I'm not sure, roadmap. And there is also the defense and aerospace working groups. So there are 3 groups, and they're going to convene 1st of December this year. And I think also there, the plan is to see what we can do together. So multi-country projects, important projects for common interest, right? So these are the other ones that I wanted to add. I know you have a lot already on top, a big sandwich. But that's going to be another, I think, quite soon, another strong power next to the ECC movement that can help out in building what we are aiming for. So that's what I'd like to share. I want to have one other that is quite interesting in my point of view. We talk about acts. There's the cybersecurity strategy, the data strategy, and many other strategies, and a lot of acts come out of that. All kind of policy initiatives, either funds, huge amounts, including also, of course, the local ones, the Recovery Resilience Fund, which is a huge amount of money, where digital needs to be spent to more than 22% at least. So there's a huge opportunity for us to work together, also locally. These are open calls normally, where also other organizations not from the local member state can help out. So I think we should not forget about that. But of course, we also have all the acts, as you just mentioned. But an act, and I'm a lawyer, so you can, take it from me. You can trust a lawyer, right? So you can just make a note. An act doesn't mean there's already action, right? An act, sort of, okay, now we have an act, we're done. No, an act means we need to start acting, and it's not only the public sector or the academia or the private sector or the authorities. We always like to blame some of these groups depending on where you are. We need to be co-accountable there and group up on that. So, for instance, one of the examples, NIS2, a huge group of organizations will now later on in, let's say, T plus whatever, 24 months, 36 months. So that's 2024, need to start to comply with that level. Then we have some kind of scheme coming out of the CSA. We have the DSA then already in action. So organizations are asking themselves, what is the effort I need to do, not only on budget, but also on resources. So the budget issue is one of the questions they don't know, and if you don't know, you can't ask it to your CFO or your Ministry of Finance. So that, I think, is something we need to focus on, next to the EIB. And of course, next to that, if this is going to be successful, and I think we're all here to try to make it successful, we really going to lack people that can do this. And that's, of course, Verstager mentioned that. I was in Lille at the French cybersecurity conference where Mrs. Verstager mentioned, if this all works well, the digital decade 2030, how are we going to do that? And also there, the answer is, of course, skills, reskilling, upskilling, but also more automation. So that, which, of course, leads to more vulnerability. So we keep busy for the next decade, and multiple decades, which I think is good. So those two elements I like to add to the table.
Okay, so complexity seems important for Europe. I would add another wish from my side, or two wishes. If I correctly understood you, 1.7 billion less spending than the US and China?
1.3.
1.3 per year.
Per year, yeah.
Per year. This is scary.
This is?
On the one side. On the other side, we have so many new players. We have organizations, we have acts, Cyber Resilience Act, CHIP Act, and so on. But is this the answer for really bringing Europe in front in terms of not being a digital colony, but really improve in terms, let's say, strategic autonomy? I'm okay with this term, but is this the right approach?
I would say thank you for the requests or ideas. Maybe I just comment what you said about this European Cloud Alliance you mentioned, which is indeed a very interesting development as well. And we from Luxembourg side have become member of this recently as well. So it's indeed so a lot of things happening, and the good thing is that it has been created by the same people, so Thierry Breton. So I hope that he had an idea with creating all these different things and all the other acts as well, the Resilience Act and CHIPS Act and blah blah. So all these things come from the DG Connect. And yes, it is indeed quite a challenge to grasp all this, to make sure that this goes in the same direction. And is it the right way? I don't know. It's at least how it's the means that Europe has to do things. Maybe if we would put into the calculation all the spending and all the money that is being used to create all these acts, we might maybe readdress a bit the gap, but that obviously doesn't help a lot. But it should in the future. I would say what is already a very good step and in the good direction is that, and I mentioned it before, is that we at the ECCC have this mandate to support all this regulation. So there is at least a certain coherence to make sure, okay, all the different regulations are being supported, financed by the same pot, and so there can be already this coherence and coordination being created, or I would say synergies as well, because that's also important. Because talking referencing back to this Clouds Alliance. There is also currently ongoing another thing in the area of cloud, which is an IPCEI, an important project of common European interest, CIS, Cloud Infrastructure Services, which is a huge project where there is this same objective to create technology for cloud that supports this strategic autonomy. Again, this is something that all these things are evolving a bit in parallel. Yes, we need to make sure that these things are coordinated. And as said previously, I'm not a big believer in having one person coordinating all this, but it should be a group. It should be a coordinated a community basically that coordinates all these things, that makes sure that these things happens. So especially at the European level process, creating such acts and such things are happening quite transparently. So we know that there is now the Cyber Resilience Act. We can all comment on this. We can all bring our inputs. Nothing is finalized yet. So this is, I would say, from the process-wise, already a good thing that it creates this certain level of transparency, and that everybody who wants to influence or who wants to bring in his ideas has the possibility to do. At the end, there will be obviously a group of ministers deciding on this and parliamentaries, but at least the process is there. And it's the as you said previously, I think a lot of things are being said. Now it's time to do them.
Perfect. So the dear audience, please think of questions, because then sometime you can have questions and to the panel and ask for themselves. But now I have the privilege to ask another question. We are in different times as we were 3 years ago. Due to crisis, there are several crises that we have. So from supply chains, interrupted supply chains, pandemic, energy crisis, dependencies. And we learned the dependency is never good. And the question from my side is that maybe we need to do some more agile, faster, simpler, just do it, functions in terms not just doing all these regulations. Not get me wrong, of course we need regulations, but the question is the demand, how to support innovation or to hinder innovation. So how will the ECC support innovation to be faster, to support the cybersecurity community here?
As I mentioned, I think and this is personal thinking, is really the heart of the ECC regulation is the NCC network, and they are really close to the different markets. They know what's happening in the market, and there is this capacity that they can also finance smaller, yes, but they can support small initiatives, and I think this is really something that should be really done. So, and from the side of the ECCC, we will try to motivate as best as possible all the NCCs to go into that direction, to use that capacity, because it's this innovation aspect is I would say mostly bottom up. I think it needs to you cannot dictate innovation or creativity. So it needs to flourish. So you have to create frameworks, to create environments, but it needs to flourish. So and there again, it's important to connect or to see what other in other areas, what are initiatives, be it the digital innovation hubs, be it the things that were mentioned, but also in again, I take the example of Luxembourg, which I know obviously best. There are specific startup and innovation programs, I would say topic agnostic, and there we are looking into at the moment to see, okay, how can we benefit or how can we integrate the topic of cybersecurity into these existing mechanisms already, into these existing programs, and this is how things can go fast. So I would say spend a little time in the beginning to know what's happening, to get an overview, and that's also why I mentioned we have put on the agenda to create this market observatory, because we want to know what's happening, what is really the status of the cybersecurity market, and then try to be then or hope to be able to be faster than when executing things.
Okay, so
perhaps I can add there also a thing, well, from our side, so we know the programs, as you said, Pascal, you promote them, very good, thank you. And on the other hand, we as a community know where the interests are. So we are picking out, we give advice, or even sending them the hint, here's an interesting call, we know we match you. But on the other hand, we also get a feedback from them. So if the funding works fine, if the paperwork is less or huge, might be a threshold. But on the other side, all our activities showed that we also got a lot of feedback about topics that are interesting. And the ECC gives us the opportunity to hand over the topics for the upcoming calls. So we have to keep in mind that this is not a road in one direction. It's a bidirectional road, so meaning we also collect the information. So come over, talk to us, give us inspiration. Where's the need to investigate? And also where is innovation in the future? And we can transform it up, but also in the horizontal area and vertical area. So I think this is a very good thing. Thank you for the support so far.
So let's imagine we are 2 years ahead. So we are 2024. How should the ECC be? How is the cooperation to the NCCs? What is our vision in 2 years? And I start with the NCCs and then come to the ECC. Martina, what would you say?
During this period, so from now on, I think that we can join from the benefits, even if we don't have a fully operational network, of course, because as someone mentioned yesterday, industry cannot wait, small medium enterprise cannot wait anymore. So I would say that from now on, we can, of course, just do it, not understand what we can give to small medium enterprise. In particular, I would say that from now on, we can start to create a trust environment in order to arrive in 2 years with a trust environment in which all these different pillars can come together and sharing experience and ensure and enhance these cybersecurity ecosystems. In 2 years, I see a trust environment in which small, medium enterprises and industries have already worked together. For example, in Horizon programs, why not? We are involved in an Horizon program in which we have critical infrastructure that are our partners, and that we have also small, medium enterprises together to test what would be a cascading effect in case of a cybersecurity attack, because at least in Italy, small, medium enterprises are a part of the supply chain of critical infrastructures. Engage in this type of programs, so maybe in 2 years we could have the results, and we could already work for new solution and new solutions adapt to what small, medium enterprises need.
Trusted environment.
Trust environment, and of course an experienced environment. So from now on we have already to experience and understand what our ecosystem needs, in particular most medium enterprises, in order to arrive in 2 years with a trust but experienced environment and solutions.
Okay. Arthur, what do you see? Something
It's
to
a
add?
little bit of a wish list, eh?
Yes.
It's only 2 years, 700 days.
We need to be fast.
We are, 3 years ago when we started this, 4 years ago when we started this, almost, when we started this project, in the kickoff, I said that we are late already. That was 4 years ago, and I think we're still very late. The urgency has been never higher, yet it doesn't mean that society, and I'm not blaming anybody here, is already grasping it. We have just sort of are beyond COVID-19, a pandemic of a scale that we have never, well, we read about it but never experienced it yet. we're all forgotten about it already. So can we actually learn from a global or European or other crisis? Do we need another crisis in 1 to 2 years? Another one, eh? There are already a couple going, ongoing. To get, the population, the users, the end users, the SMEs, the micro enterprises, the professionals to actually care and willing to perhaps have a little bit less of convenience, because security always gives a little bit of an inconvenience first step. There's always a little bit of zero trust and other things that you need to get through, thresholds. So we need to come up with something, that's my wish list here, after this little introduction, secure convenience, European essentials. One essential, operating systems, or one operating system is fine. The upcoming digital identity wallet, in the reference framework, we are going to design this for 2 operating systems, not a European one. So we're catering for non-European. Browser, why don't we have a European browser? A secure one, which is frugal, as little as functionality as possible. There's open source already available. If you defunction it, you can I can make it myself. I'm a lawyer, not everything myself, but I can do it in a year or less. But of course it needs to be taken up by the market. So we talk about it, but are we also willing to use it? Secure chat communication, secure communication in general. We are still also, the Commission are very happy to see that they actually had a walk-the-talk strategy as well. Just before summer, they also said we're going to eat our own dog food. But still, we're on WebEx, we're on Teams, we're on all kind of non-EU things. So that is, for me, the next 2 years, we need to actually start using these things ourselves and develop them. This is a simple over-the-top stuff, relatively. An operating system, it may be a little bit more complicated, but it's doable. So I would start on the user side, making this as friendly as possible within the European values, having a global approach, because we are pretty good at exporting European values, not only the GDPR, but many other things. I'm from the Netherlands, so I always like to export things with a small country. So therefore, we always have a global approach. So let's start here and then export this stuff.
Yeah,
2 years.
Just a comment, absolutely agree. But we've tried this often and we failed often. Yeah. And the question is, what can we do now better to maybe not fail again?
Yeah, actually, because of COVID and the fact that there was stuff going on in the Netherlands, me and a group of people have developed a secure communication platform. No third-party libraries, running native in Europe, only European developers, open protocols, not fully open source, that was too quick for us to do, and it works, and it's highly secure. It uses multi-factor authentication more than 10, so we know exactly where the UIU is peer-to-peer. So these things are there, and we're not the only one. There are these kind of things, but still, universities, schools, so public education, public organizations and private organizations say, yeah, it's easier to use this because it's being bundled in what I already am using. So I have the personal experience, and I'm not giving up, to how difficult it is to get these stuff on the market. It's all a matter of, same as entrepreneur, it's a series of failures, and you just, one of the most important thing is not only just do it, but also have the courage to continue. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Allow me maybe
not only Churchill that said this in the Second World War.
Maybe to comment, because I'm fully in line with you. In Luxembourg, we also have tried these things. There is at the moment, and this project will start still before the end of the year, where we will work on an national secure communication platform based on open source technology to get rid of things like WhatsApp. So there are these things. And getting to your question, and many previous initiatives exist, what we do different than our American counterparts is we don't do marketing. So,
do we have the money?
That's fresh, but I would definitely. There is definitely this specific aspect that working on creating visibility of things. We are talking since many years about the digital single market. We don't have the single market without digital yet. So, so these are things that we should really put efforts on into this. I would say the technology. Yes, there are a few aspects of technology which are important and which really needs to be grasped. But there are entities, universities. There are other companies who will focus on who are good in technology, who should focus on technology. But there are many other entities, and they should really focus also on these little things. And I do not fully agree with you when you say we don't have a European open operating system. We have one. It's Linux. It's the most used operating system in the world. Again, no marketing, no good user interface, and that's why we still, I would say, all have our iPhone and whatever in the pocket.
Okay. Thanks. Maybe questions from the audience. If someone wants to ask something, please raise your hands. Otherwise, I will ask again. Well, just a comment from my side. Also here in Munich, there was a big company trying to do something comparable to Google as a search engine, and it didn't succeed either. So yes, we need to think more from the European perspective, because we had something like Nokia, and so a lot of stuff were developed here in Europe. But the question is really, we said yesterday with the market cap, if you see compared to the US, we are really below, and it was not the way it was 2012, 10 years ago. So we are doing something wrong, or they are doing something. So maybe we need to change something.
I would say, just, and you mentioned it, eating your own dog food, we should also do it ourselves. We know since a few years, codename Schrems 2, that using certain platforms is illegal in Europe. Still, everybody uses it.
Why is this so?
I don't know. There are many alternatives, but it's too easy to go on Google and obviously find the US solutions, I would say. No, I would say I'm kidding a bit, but I think it's important to continue to convey this message. And you mentioned before that linked to the crisis, this independence or this dependence that we notice. And we as an cybersecurity or ICT community should really try to get some lessons learned from the energy sector, which is struggling a lot at the moment, and which it's really experiencing this impact of being dependent, of having consolidated infrastructure and only a few very big entities are there. We need more heterogeneity. We need more, I would say, resilience. And this cannot be done by 2 or 3 big ones.
Absolutely. Resilience is actually the magic word we need to do. But maybe also to move a little bit more out of the comfort zone we are in Europe. I think it was also nice to hear another talk to say that we like to be everything as it was. And the crisis showed us that we need to change. We cannot like it as it was. We need more out of the comfort zone and do something. So how can the NCC Greece support us? What do we need to do to go out of the comfort zone?
Well, you were very right about the comfort zone. We used to use in our everyday life we want to go somewhere, we Google the directions, and we use platforms and applications that are under extraterritorial legislation. Either is from USA or is from China, and that arise a lot of challenges because the latest legislation, Arthur, you can say more for this, raise questions about the safety of European citizens. It's something that we have to face it and to find solutions in order to go to meet the goal, to have European sovereignty real, not in words, not like a wish, but in real everyday life.
How can we achieve this?
We have to cooperate, besides our differences and our different points of views and, let me say, values and problems, and to have a common view and a common goal, and to try to make these differences not to be a problem, but to be a challenge, to exchange different ideas, different perspectives of the same thing, and exchange solutions. We are at the beginning in Greece, so what we have started in Concordia, in NSG group, it was very productive for us. We have the chance to hear views from member states that were were in fraud, were more experienced. And we surely learn from this.
Yeah, maybe another achievement of Concordia, this national stakeholder group, where we have, I think, 14 countries, NCCs already there. And I can also say, yes, support the cooperation. So, Martina, what was your view? How to get out of the comfort zone?
I would like to do a step back before, because before you said that maybe we should start from what we have right now, okay? And yeah, we should start. For example, let's think about the cybersecurity skill shortage. We are suffering about this cybersecurity skills shortage. Small, medium enterprise need to have cybersecurity professional, but as far as I saw, we have many programs, many organizations, no-profit or profit organizations that provide cybersecurity training, certification, cybersecurity awareness, and so on. So maybe we could change the perspective. I mean, we could make them more oriented to the market. So start from the bottom up. So not from the top down, thinking about the certification that we have, but start from the fact that small medium enterprise, for example, needs cloud security specialists, but we don't have academia, universities, master specific on this topic. So maybe we can search what we have, for example, secondary school, professional secondary school across Europe, and try to integrate that technical courses with what we need about the cybersecurity topics and advanced cybersecurity topic that we demand today, like cloud, cryptography, or artificial intelligence, and so on. And then, to come back to these questions, I think that we have to go out from our comfort zone every time when we speak about cybersecurity, every time it's not the perfect timing, every time it's too late or yesterday and so on. So we need to be ready. We need to ensure that our, for example, risk assessment method and, for example, our method and approach to be compliant with the cybersecurity regulations that now we have and now we have to face, that we are ready to face these new requirements. So we have to be, we have to focus on okay, what we have right now, what the regulation now is asking, so this Cyber Resilience Act, the DORA regulation, the new NIS 2.0 and so on, the Cyber Resilience Directive, for example, and try to think, am I ready to tackle with these new requirements? Start from what we have, and also start from the fact that we have to make together and ensure that all the different stakeholders, the different parties of our ecosystem will be engaged in this process. So we cannot forget, for example, about the end user, the society, and we cannot forget about what we have already at a high-level decision-making and so on. Thank you.
Well, I would say, coming back to the question, get out of your comfort zone. I think one big problem we have all over is I am aware of all the things around. Lots of people hide information, especially when we look here on the development. Okay, understandable, it's a market strategy, that's fine. But if we really speak here on a ecosystem that should work together, we should share information, what is available, and if we know this information, we can say, let's check it out. So on the other side of the coin, we on our own side must change the mind. Do not think about what stands against it. Try it out, allow failures. Because when you do not get own expertise in it or experience how something works, you will never try it out or change your habits. I think this is also very important, and I think looking on all our pilots we have established over the last 4 years, there is an initiative available in here, raising awareness about that and speak about the problem. And so my wish 2024 is that the NCCs, the ECC is well established and has an overview of what happens and knows where to attract to continue the work. And this needs the understandable and also the allowance that we can fail. That's the important mission, I think.
Okay, good point. Sharing, I would add, only a trusted environment. Yes. You only have
completely trusted. You must trust it. You have to keep in mind your company rights, whatever, yes, but try to share what is allowed to share. Yeah.
That's what we start to do with the NSG group when it started, to share information within a trusted ecosystem. NSG started as a platform in order to accomplish this. And I believe that they were in a very good job.
Thank you. That's very good. Artur, maybe a question for you. We talked about the CHIP Act. So on the US, they have also a CHIP Act responded. And if I'm aware correctly, they have nothing say about cooperation, exchange, to say that both CHIP Acts, US, Europe, are some coordinated or defined or whatever. Is this correct? And if yes, why?
Yeah, I can ask, call the White House to ask why they don't just retype whatever we do and then do it in the US language with the Z instead of the S. I think there is a certain level of orchestration, but indeed still everybody has to has its own electorate and people that they want to please a bit more than the others. So I think it's a political topic, not that to want to be better or outsmart than us, but I think it's a political move. But you know, we do it the other way around as well. In the Data Act, which is not yet final, it's a proposed version, but anyway, it's a Data Act. It's from already from February this year, so you can all try to find it. Data Act is difficult to find when you DuckDuckGo. Doesn't matter which search engine you use, by the way. But anyway, there's a clause in which states that one clause where it states that data processing, because the Data Act is about data and data processing basically should be in Europe, or at least not being within the reach of the American surveillance regulations, the data grabbing part, like the Cloud Act is about overseas and some others. And we just put a little clause in a very friendly Data Act, talk about data strategy, data sharing. So we do the other way around as well. And it's sort of a ping-pong strategy. I don't know exactly why they... anyway, it would be better to coordinate. On the other hand, we will have Schrems 3, 4, 5, probably a sequel later on these topics. It's going to be continuing cat and mouse, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I wanted to say something else, but I will come back to something else later. Yeah.
Okay. Then, Pascal, you said the ECC is somehow cooperating with ENISA. How is the cooperation? Could you explain it more?
Yes, I would. It's more than somehow. ENISA is an official observer in the governing board, so ENISA participates in all discussions, and the objective is really to work together to make sure that these two agencies are complementary, are benefiting from each other, and especially at the moment, I would say we as ECCC benefit from ENISA being already operational, so helping us to get through all these processes and all the I would say administrative aspects for this. So that's an important aspect. But in the really in the framework, in the regulation, it's by design. It's meant that those two agencies participate, collaborate, and I also briefly talked about CERT EU. Maybe you are aware that at the moment there is yet another regulation being discussed that will further embrace and define the future of CERT EU. And there as well, in this regulation, ENISA and ECCC and other important players for the security of the EU institutions have been put into the text, so that by design there is already this collaboration foreseen. So and this we see more and more, and yeah, this is an important step. Well, it is obviously logic, because everything is linked to the same Director General. But in the Commission there are other Director Generals, and when we reference the DIH, for instance, it's coming from another Director General. So there the collaboration is happening after. But it's still there is still that these things are still foreseen. Well, I think the motivation is there to do it now with all the new things that happen. So that's important.
Yes, but the security union strategy is the European is also, as we saw on your slide, quite complex indeed.
Again, that's yet another Director General, but they put also cybersecurity on the topic, and are really looking into making sure that things that are being developed are in line or are coordinated with the other with DG Connect, where ECC and ENISA are linked to. So that is.
So would you say that we are resilient now in Europe?
I would say resilience is not a state; it's a process. So I would say we're working on it, and we have to keep the level at least as it is, and definitely get better. But there is an awareness about this, linked obviously to COVID and to the other crisis. But yeah, we have to live it now and not try to get back to the easy solutions and as you say, get out of the comfort zone. Because in cybersecurity, you're all the time in an uncomfort zone.
Yes, absolutely. But we need also people. We saw that we have a shortage of skilled people, and I think you said also technology, people, society. I think everything is dependent on each other, and the question is, of course, how to to have the good people here in Europe, so to give also the environment. So, Martina, what would you say? What do good people need to stay here? So to have skilled people, where is what we all need? They stay here, they contribute to Europe. What do they need?
Okay, we have to try to, first of all, change the way in which we see, so I mean the end user, the society see cybersecurity, and I think our cybersecurity national strategies goes in this direction. I would like to report this approach that is well stated in the Italian national cybersecurity strategy, that is a whole of society approach. So we have, first of all, to define our strategy, trying to reach and have on board the whole of the society. So in this way, we can reach also these people that you mentioned, so our target in this case, and we have to, of course, start from the high school and university. For example, I mentioned before, we have this, in Italy, we call that type of school secondary professional school, or is like high school really professional. So try to integrate this type of professional high school and try to connect this high school to the market, of course, to the needs of the industry, and try to engage also the industry. So I mean, is a direct, as we said before, is a mutual recognition of our needs, so industrial needs people, and people needs, of course, money, a job. So all this process should be sustainable for both of these parties. In this way, we have to, of course, so engage students with the industries, have more like research funds for research or funds for innovative projects, and we have to really, as a decision-making level, we have to really trust on this process, and also we need, of course, other type of economic administrative process, just to try to involve the different students with different skills, and put together these students, these young people with different backgrounds for a common objective, that is cybersecurity. And last thing that I would say is that we have to think about a reskilling program. We have a lot of students maybe with a background that is not technical, and this is particular for the women. And maybe reskilling program could be beneficial for both parties, to respond to the demand of the market, but also to engage more people in cybersecurity, and maybe, why not, more women.
Well, I agree completely what Martina said. I would expand it a little bit more. So we just looking from Germany, we are, when you're looking on IT or security stuff, from the education perspective, very theory. So we need to match theory and practical part more than it is at the moment. And also, as you said, we should have a stable link to the industry so that there are practical courses with the industry so the people can just put their nose in and say, yeah, it is or it is not. And also think about the question we should ask the people, why are you leaving us? What do other companies, other countries offer better than we do? Because then we can change something. That's very important. And with this knowledge, we can understand how we must go into the future, what we need to change to have the good people stay with us. That's very important. So I would say, put that on top of your idea and the future might be more bright.
Yeah, so when a while ago I was in the US with the Department of Homeland Security and those kind of organizations, the question was, at which age, from which age should we need to talk about these kind of topics? And not in a negative way, but in a positive way. And 4 or 5 years old was sort of the common average that we came up with in that session. And I agree. And I had 2 interns in my office 2 weeks ago for 14 years old, just youngsters, about AI and cybersecurity and cool stuff and autonomous systems and robots and whatever. But actually they liked the topic mental health a lot. So the right mental mindset in this digital age. Because if these youngsters, and I'm not even 14 but also younger, have the wrong mindset, they will not later on go with our flow that we try to build here. They go for the FOMO, the fear of missing out. They go for the usual apps, and they want to have an expensive whatever. So I think that is definitely a good start. And you know what? The cognitive side in cybersecurity is at least 50%. The technical side is another big organization. So cognitive and technical, meaning that women and men are necessary as much as the other. So it for me is not we need to have more people, more women in the engineering part, sure as well. But cybersecurity and resilience and mental health in the digital age is all about 100% of the human brain power that we have. By the way, my office consists of 70% of women, so I'm a minority. That's why I'm on stage. Here. They allowed me out to Munich, and I'm very grateful for them. And they're listening in here. So mental health, the cognitive side, there's a huge potential. The workforce, we have a huge workforce available. Of course, they need to have a bit of the mindset. They have, the younger generation are conscious about what they see, what they don't see. They're way more of less naive than we are when we look at those things. We think that is either information or disinformation, misinformation. They know there's no distinction between misinformation, disinformation. Talk about hybrid war, but information is information. We think that we can identify that truly no, it's not. And I think they're way more savvy at that than we are. Second one, and there's one colleague in the room, Tanya, she's far away, but we had an interview with her 2 years ago. And one of the things, at university by the way, professor, and one of the things that we came up there is that curricula of universities and applied sciences and other public education are very difficult to change. So if you're not able to change a curriculum and only in the periphery of a passionate professor or other can talk about these topics, then we're not getting there. So I mean, changing the curricula, modernizing them to the 21st century, and hey everybody, the 21st century is already at 22%. We talk about 21st century like it's going to happen in a century. We're already at 20+%. So that is the other one I wanted to share. And then the part of comfort. I'm not sure whether we need to get out of our comfort zone, except if you indeed are totally locked down in in your little bubble and don't want to change. I think there are 3 C's. You can come up with a couple of more C's, but we need to give people that are uncomfortable comfort about this domain. Cyber-physical, cyber-physical things. what's going on? We don't know, we don't understand. So give them courage. And I talk about legal departments, compliance departments, managers, people from parliament. Try to find them that they are comfortable with the topic. Secondly, give them confidence that they are, you know, this is okay, it's not scary. And then third, the courage to act, the courage to co-create, the courage to do something. So it's really, for me, comfort. That's what our main core business is. Give them comfort, doesn't matter who they are, confidence and courage. And it needs to be self-sustained model, otherwise it doesn't work. We need to be then, you know, move out of the way. And so therefore I advocate, instead of FOMO, COMO, and not for the colleagues from the university quite close by, but the courage of missing out. You know, the courage of shutting down a particular application that you think is not good. I've done it, and I still have friends, so it's doable.
Yes, I think that's important to say. Completely agree. I hope, but I think we need more. In terms, really, we need much more. We need much more dynamics in development and innovation, cooperation as we have now. Right. And the point is certainly, this is also a question to the ECC. If you have cooperation with the NCCs, do you have processes defined? What are your KPIs? You will have to see the impact of this network is working and really doing with the ECC. Do you have ideas about it?
I would say it's being started to think about. Let's say like this. In the strategic agenda I mentioned before, we have identified expected impacts, as it was as we called it. So this could then afterwards evolve into, because strategic agenda is really the high level aspect, but this gives the basis to then concretely have, I would say, KPIs or have impact, because impact it's the objective, and the objective is to make sure that there is impact with what is being done. To strengthen the impacts of all these programs that are already existing, that we will continue. So this is an important aspect, so yeah, it's in the making. So it's not clearly defined yet, to be completely honest, but it's on the agenda, and we will make sure that we have these mechanisms to make sure that impacts that we can measure impact and make sure that by defining things we consider the fact that it should create impact. Absolutely.
What is the timescale?
As I said, the strategic agenda should be ready at the end of the year, and then based on that, we will first concentrate really on the depth program, on the 23-24 program. For those that have seen the depth document program, the chapter about cybersecurity is empty. We have really a challenge here to fill it up with content, and well, so this is really our next important step. But voilà, first we have to finalize the strategic agenda. So voilà, this will be somewhere sometime beginning of next year, our first quarter of next year. We will.
And the processes for communication, KPIs measuring for cooperation?
I would say this happens in parallel. There is one working group who is concentrating on that part. Okay. Processes, I would say, how the network functions. So NCC network functioning is one working group, and then there is another working group which concentrates on the community. So also the interaction, community, network, and then ECC. So all those three circles, basically, how things should work, and have a minimal set of comprehensive and pragmatic processes. Let's call it like that. That's the objective.
Yeah. You know, managing computer networks, there is one big principle, which is KISS. Keep it simple, stupid.
Exactly.
Sometimes maybe complexity is too difficult to manage.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So, but what we are seeing is cybersecurity, but then we have supercomputing, quantum computing, AI. What to concentrate on? What for supercomputing, for example, quantum computing, AI, there's a lot of bunch of stuff we need to do, or green hydrogen, or what should we maybe from your perspective concentrate on? What is the most prioritized? What should we prioritize, or can we not say it?
I'm not sure. We have to put prioritize in all those things, because everything is connected with each other. It's a little bit of difficult to say, I will focus on this and I'll leave the other sector. It's not possible, and since it has an effect in our everyday life, not only as a professional, but in everyday people's life. It's a little bit difficult to separate them. We have to make a coordinated activity to put under a frame all the main issues that are getting involved with one and the other.
Yeah, absolutely. So at the end, allow me a question to all of you. So what is our mission or our objective? We need to have a strong digital Europe, secure, resilient Europe. In one sentence, I know it's difficult. It's absolutely difficult, so I will start with Pascal because he gets done the difficult job. In one sentence, what do we need to do now and maybe in 2 years? In one sentence.
Yeah, maybe getting back to a few aspects that have been discussed. And also to your previous question about prioritizing technologies, skills shortage and all these things. I personally think, and this is what we try to do in Luxembourg, is to avoid talking about cybersecurity only with cybersecurity people. So trying to get the topic really more in the general public, and making sure that we can integrate cybersecurity into all these other topics, into digital, into the different apps or platforms, etc. So really seeing this as one of the means, one of the levers. And I would say we are doing it ourselves as well. We had organized last week an event which called Cybersecurity Week. But maybe we should not name it Cybersecurity Week. Maybe we should find another way to get a larger audience and to be able to transfer the message of cybersecurity to not only cybersecurity professionals, because we are talking, I would say you all know already what we are talking here, and such. So you don't learn a lot, but there are many other people who probably would benefit more about all this expertise that is already there. And this is something that we can do immediately and that we can achieve in 2 years.
But we are good at talking. Is this enough to build really a resilient Europe, digital, on the eye level of US and China?
No, of course. I would say there are also things that needs to be implemented, but all these things are already ongoing. There are so many initiatives, and you said there is this complexity, but there are so many things that are already there, that are being worked on. They now need to be accepted by the larger public and be used afterwards. So the question about this app, so not to continue to continue using the things that are there because they are easy, they are known, but understand the benefit of all these new things happening and of all this effort that we as cybersecurity community are doing. And there is a lot of effort that is being done, and there is a lot of cooperation and operational collaboration being done at the level of cybersecurity, because if it would not have been, I would say there would have been thousands times more incidents and attacks that we have seen today.
That's correct, but you know the threat landscape is increasing.
Yes,
and
but
dramatically.
not so fast as it would be without us.
Absolutely. Anna, what would you say? Maybe one sentence. How to make a strong Europe? What do we need to do? Strong, digital, resilient Europe. One sentence.
Establish a communication network. We already have tried to do this, and it's in our everyday practice and in our philosophy to be connected and to share under a trusted environment, a trusted ecosystem, and to exchange the information. And this can't stop. It's not we make a goal, a target, we go to the day we accomplish it and stop. It's an everyday process, and it changes every day. New challenges are arise, and we have to be connected in order to face these challenges. If we're trying to solve problems by ourselves, each member state separately, it's going to be a disaster.
I completely agree. Corinna, what would you say? One sentence?
One sentence?
One sentence.
Okay. We have a Rubik cube as a situation. View the situation from different facets and think about it. Perhaps you get an ideal solution.
Mm-hmm. Arthur, or just, yes?
Get a very long sentence, if you ask me one sentence, but yeah, in one sentence, I already said, that we need to start using it. So my sentence would be that European public sector and European private sector, but let's start with the public sector, are the biggest procurers in Europe. They have the biggest procurement budgets and power in Europe. So if they start procuring this and demanding this level of digital resilience, and then we can get a circulation market. They start using it, meaning we need more research, then we can improve, and then we can get ahead of the curve, right? So it needs to be a spinning wheel, and it needs to be started by procurers. And my point of view, that's the public sector first.
Okay, Tina?
Okay. First of all, we need to start with the assessment about what we need, what we have and what we need, because we cannot waste time and waste resources. And then, of course, boost competencies and synergies between all the member states in the European Union. And then I would say we have to promote cyber risk assessment at the national and the European Union level, but with the involvement of this total ecosystem and complete ecosystem that we are talking about.
Absolutely. I can just add, build a multi-stakeholder ecosystem and just do it. And so I think it's a good optimistic part, because we are confident we can all do, we just have to do it to make such a resilient, strong digital Europe. I would really warmly thank the panelists here. A warm applause from all of us. You were terrific. And there are also some nice, I hope, presentations. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Concordian chocolate. Concordian chocolate. So, let's have here a picture together.
Yeah, very nice. Thank you very much.
Let's have a picture.
Okay.
Pascal, please. So, who's taking pictures here? So, thanks again. Thank you very much. So, now we are at the end of the second day of Concordia Open Door event here in Munich. And yes, what to say at the end? Just to say thank you, Concordians. You are such a great community and a great project together. Hopefully that we can do also some work in other projects or in other constellations together, because we have a lot of work to do, we heard. And so hopefully that this will be another opportunity to get together to work. Thank, of course, not only you, but also our supporters, G&D for facilitating here, ETIS for sponsoring our social event yesterday, and of course Siemens and Caixa Bank for the awards and other part. So thanks again. But we are, of course, not yet at the end, because we will have probably in March another event in Stockholm, where there was yesterday a social event. Shahid had to drink a lot of beer, and then he committed that he will host another meeting. And we will give you the dates afterwards. So Ivana will send save a date, so that we will meet here again, not here, but in Stockholm in March. So it will be not the last Concordia event. Thank you, Raj, for willing us, hosting us. And of course, Ericsson, thanks for that. So now I have only something to do, and to thank the great hosts that we had here in supporting us here in all preparation. And it was not easy, and it was very complex. And a big applause for Ms. Gaba. Please come to me. And also a representative of Ms. Pfeffer. A big applause. Thank you, you are great. Thank you. So, and we have also for Ms. Pfeffer, Mrs. Pfeffer, because she could not be there. Thanks again, it was great. So, one big applause again for this. Yes, and finally, who is the soul and heart of Concordia? Who knows the answer? The soul and heart of Concordia. Ah, Shahid, I know you're clever. It is Ivana. Come on, Ivana, to me. And Concordia would not run without you, and she is really doing everything she can, and she is so, well, lucky to have you. Otherwise, Concordia would not a little good. So thanks again from the Concordians, and especially for me, to you for everything you've done. You're great.
Thanks to Concordians, it's really great, and after this almost 4 years, I think I will be very sad on the last day of the project, and I know why he was pointing. He wants that I organize it in Sweden, but I don't speak Swedish. Thank you.
So, and this is done really finally. We close the second day. See you all in Stockholm in March, and but don't forget, we have also some deliverables to, and there are some to-dos that are still there, so that we get the last, really, again, excellent, gating, and so that we can really say, what do you, talking with GRC, ENISA, European Commission, and so Concordia is a mark, is a name, and let's finish it brilliantly, with exceptionally, then also with all the deliverables. Thank you for all the work. All the best.